We're live, pal. At least I think we're live. Looks like we're live. Hopefully so. Let's make sure that everything is all good on this end. Things look good here, hopefully. Hopefully things look good in the audio side of things as well. Yeah, actually I just went back and I listened to the VOD from the last stream, and I thought, I could probably go ahead and turn down the music, input just by a little bit. There's no way. There is no way. I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't even really look at this, to be honest. I was like, okay, yeah, this looks good. I'm sure these tiers are solid. Oh, darn. Oh, man. That's alright. The VOD will be up for you to catch. But yeah. Yeah, I'll be sure to get in all the banger characters pretty early on then. Go for, Roland Durand. Gotta get, yeah. Yeah, gotta see Roland just topple everyone else in the S tier. Yeah, what else? Let's see. Oh, darn, it doesn't look like they have Ruby on here. That's a shame. Yeah. Yeah. They have a few people in here. Just a few. Yeah, well, at least they have GS9. GS9 could probably be a top contender for sure. But yeah, alrighty. To anyone who might be watching the VOD, welcome to the stream. And just anyone that's here, welcome to the stream. As the title and thumbnail might suggest, today I'm going to be tier listing every character, or at least however many characters are here, in the Bad Batch on here. And yeah, we don't have as many tiers as we did before with the episodes tier list. We have probably like two or three short. But we have our S tier, we have our A tier, our B tier, our C tier, and our D tier. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I was pretty surprised. I'm pretty happy about that because that's what I was looking for with the amount of characters. Because I didn't want it to just be like the core characters. I feel like that wouldn't be as interesting. It's like, okay, yeah, obviously, so-and-so goes in S tier and that. But I want to actually have some interesting ones, like, the Martez sisters. Where will they end up? Or I don't know, like, who can I think of here? Like, yeah, like Avi Singh, like where is he going to end up, or someone. Oh, you think Issa Duran goes over Roland? Ooh, that's an interesting call. To be fair, right here in the list, she is actually right above him, so I'm sure that was by design. That had to be. But yeah, no, I'm glad that they have, as many characters as they do in here. That's what I was kind of hoping to find, guys like Mako and Malegi and all these other ones. Yeah, it drops the guy to a hole. Yeah, you just got the little the button to turn off the ray shield. You never know which button she's gonna press if someone's just trying to say hi. But yeah, no, I think this is a pretty solid list. There were a few others that I was contemplating going with, but just ended up on this one. Let's make sure that this one's going good. Sure that's good. Oh, yes, okay. Before we start, will this be based on their appearance in the show or their character as a whole? That is a great question. So, the criteria that I want to go off of for this is pretty much just from like an in-universe thing. So like for a character like Sid, right? Like, yes, we know she sucks, but like, I'm not gonna like hold that against her, if that makes sense. Like, I'm gonna be judging off of like, how did their character progress or not really progress, right? Like, I know I've seen tier lists where you have your, like, Commander Fox and your General Krell tiers. So, like, I'm not going to have Sid in her own tier because of what she did, or, like, you know, whoever else is, like, a dastardly character. So, yeah, I will try my best to rank them fairly based on how their character progresses, and I'll do it for just this show. Obviously, there might be some external bias for a character like Cody, because Revenge of the Sith really informs his character in this show. So I'll kind of look at it in that way as well. But for a character like Tarkin, I'm not really going to hold like Clone Wars against him or anything, or like Caleb Doom. I'm not really going to look at Rebels and be like, okay, this kid's going to grow up to be a very good Jedi, so I'm going to put him in the S tier. I'm not going to do that. It's pretty much just exclusive to the show, but a great question to ask. Yeah, yeah, but she started pressing that button. Yeah, you just never know which one she's going to press. Yeah, no, definitely lots of really good characters in here. I'm glad that they had so many put in. Just how they were written for the story. Absolutely. Also, before I continue, I did it last time with the episode stream, but I wanted to just point out this individual here that made the tier list. First name, bunch of numbers, as it goes. Ultimately they all contribute toward the same story, so I think how they contribute to the overarching story would be the best way to approach it. Yeah, right, because, like, you know, like, who's a good example here? Maybe Rex? Rex might be a good example. Where it's like the story of the clones in this show. It's like, you know, Rex is sort of at the focal point of it all. So how does that, you know, relate to what his role in this show was? For the few appearances that he made in the show, what does that mean for his character? Like, for a character like Rex in this show, I probably won't put him in S tier. If it was Clone Wars, he'd be in S tier, no doubt. But just because of his limited appearances and Echo sort of taking the mantle from him in some instances of being the, like, clone guy, he'd probably not be in S tier. But anyway. Alright, so I think we can go ahead and get started now with this ranking. I guess we could just go. I kind of want to avoid doing Clone Force 99 until the end, maybe. Because I feel like, I don't know, not that it would be obvious where most of them end up, but I want to sort of have our core group sort of ranked by the end. It may be someone else. Echo takes away the mantle from Rex for being a real clone. Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, so I guess we'll kind of go in order here. So I guess we can start with Ventress. Ventress, in the context of the Bad Batch, it isn't really anything special because we don't really know anything about her. She just kind of shows up, and then she's with Omega, and, you know, she's trying to figure out if she's force sensitive or anything like that. And then, I mean, she has some fun moments with the Batch, some fun fist-fighting moments that I really enjoyed. I like how they clash, not really ideologies, but in terms of protection, right? Because the Batch are very much like, okay, she's a former Separatist assassin. We need to keep our eye on her and possibly keep our fists up. So I like that aspect where she's, you know, not really trying to convince them. She doesn't really care whether or not they trust her, which falls in line with Ventress' character. Underused. Yeah, not well used. I agree. Not gonna lie, that episode is my least favorite that season because Ventress felt like she didn't add anything for the characters. I agree. I absolutely agree. I can't remember. I know I didn't rank it high. I put it like the bottom of good, right? But I think based on that, that episode, The Harbinger, is probably my least favorite episode of the show as well. Or not of the show, of the season. Yeah, it sort of felt like a pit stop, and like I said then, it very much felt like a backdoor pilot for her own show. Um, yeah, so Ventress, part of me wants to just say C tier. Oh wait, am I on the right thing? I am. Okay. Part of me wants to say C tier just because I didn't really feel like she added too much. It would have been slightly better if they hadn't already gotten over the Separatists. With Rax's stuff, that's an incredible point. Because you have, I mean, in fairness, it was more like Echo's sort of self-realization that the Separatists and the Republic were kind of the same. But no, I absolutely agree where it's Hunter and Crosshair and Wrecker, and they're coming to terms with that. Or, well, not Crosshair, because he was in the Empire. But, yeah, Hunter and Wrecker have already been through this thing before, and to be fair, Ventress has a much more noticeable record than someone like Avi Singh would, but it at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because, like Ventress says in the episode, that we were all pawns. I don't know. Part of me, I want to say C, but I think I'll go ahead and keep her at like the bottom of B. She'll be at like the way bottom of B, I feel like. Furthermore, they had already had Fennec Shand or even Cad Bane who could have informed the squad of this detail. Yeah, they could have just had Fennec be that person, right? Like, they do the job for Fennec and she just says, like, yeah, I'll get that info for you. And then she, there's an episode where we see more Fennec and it's sort of dedicated to figuring that out. Yeah, that could have been better. Yeah, probably not Cad Bane, yeah. I mean, to be fair, he wasn't on assignment to get them at that point, but you never know. And if he learned that Omega was an M-count kid, then he would have probably just turned her over. All right, so Ventress I'll keep at the bottom of B. All right, AZ. Oh boy. AZ is another character where I kind of feel like not underused. Like, how would you properly utilize AZ, right? Like, he got his big moment in the Clone Wars when he's with Fives, and he kind of just stayed that character throughout, except for the finale of Season 1. Finale of Season 1 was great. Yeah, gotta love AZ, right? AZ is just thrown around, because he powers off at the end of Season 1, and then he's the bartender in Season 2, and then they have him, and then he's on Pabu being like the medical droid. I agree. I think it was a good moment for Omega. I mean, obviously we'll get to her with that. But no, I agree. I feel like AZ, like, having that big moment where it's like, he was on Kamino. He helped Fives, figure that out, and he helped probably the most important clone group because of what they go on to do later. He helped them and Omega live. So yeah, that would have been a pretty good, full circle character arc for him. I say he should have had interaction with Echo about Fives. Yes, I agree, but we all know his data was wiped for what he discovered. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. That would have been nice. It's like, oh, hey, you were paired up with CT-5555. I knew him once. That would have been cool. Bitorm was Crosshair saving her the better moment, or AZ sacrificing himself. See, yeah, that's the thing, right? Because, Omega opening the pod to rescue AZ was very powerful, but Crosshair making that 1 in a million shot to save Omega, that's pretty incredible as well. In terms of AZ, I appreciate that he sort of shows up every now and again. Like, it's always not even always for the finale, because he wasn't there for the Season 3 finale. But for the Season 1 finale, he was there to help the squad get out to the surface. And then for Season 2, he was there with Echo, helping him hijack the walker. Which, that's all well and good. But in terms of AZ's character, he doesn't really change much. He doesn't really have much of a character arc beyond that end of Season 1. I think I'll put him... He'll probably be at maybe the top of C. He's yeah, he just like he's not a bad character by any means, but just in the context of the show, there's not much that he adds beyond the end of season 1. And just being Omega's friend on Kamino. Maybe not friend, but mutual acquaintance on Kamino. Yeah. Beyond that, AZ doesn't really contribute much to the show beyond that. So yeah, I think top of C is probably fair. Gregor and Kamino lost as he was better than Ventress. Yeah. I'll have to really think about it, but I feel like Ventress, with her sort of being the one at the end to just be like, like what I said before, where she tells the batches like, hey, we both lost. But is that more of a, not assassination? I feel like character assassination is too exaggerated, but is that an assassination on the batch for not coming back to common ground for that? I don't know. But yeah, no, I'll probably just keep them where they are for now. AZ at the top of C, Ventress bottom of B, pretty close to one another. I'll probably just keep them like that for now. Okay, Admiral Coburn. He was just a stand-in for Admiral Yularen because of what happened to Tom Kane. That's my stance on that. Yeah, Coburn didn't really serve a purpose in this. I mean, shouts out to him for saying, I served alongside the clones. They're cunning warriors. But beyond that, he didn't really do anything. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, because it's sort of the thing, right, where, oh no, I guess there wouldn't have been much in season 1. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. But with Coburn showing up in season 2, Wolf showing up in season 3. Did anyone show up in season 1? I don't think so. But yeah, it's a nice little callback there. I know someone said he was a part of Rex's group, but he likely wouldn't have been in that meeting if he was considering that position. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if he was suspicious of being someone who was leaking information from the Empire, yeah, he probably would not have been at the summit. Imperial intelligence probably would have figured that out. Since, yeah, he's not ISB or anything. He's just an admiral. Yeah, Coburn, I think I'll put in D just because he's not a bad character at all, but just for the limited time that we got of him in the show where he just has that one line, I think that's pretty fair to put him in D. All right, Batcher. Batcher's got to be very top, right? If not S, top of A. I almost feel like S for Batcher, to be honest. Like, she just does everything right. I don't think Batcher has a single character flaw. Ruby would deck Batcher in a fight. You might be right. Because what was it? Yeah, because Ruby, latched onto Wrecker's face, right? In, when they first got her back. And then she, gets out of the cage. So yeah, I mean, she probably would. Yeah, I think Batcher's got to be an S. Not much character growth, but when you're a lurka hound, do you really need character growth? Come on. Yeah, I think Batcher's probably an S for me, to be honest. Yeah, just helping. I love Omega's sort of growing relationship with Batcher, where she's trying to. Well, I mean, Batcher ends up being domesticated, but it's Omega's really trying to, Batcher's the one that she chose to really latch onto, right, when she's in Tantiss. And Batcher at first being well, I guess no, there is character growth there, right? Because Batcher starts out being no, get away from me. I'll eat your chicken nuggets. And then, being injured and allowing Omega to clean up the wound, and then Omega allowing her to escape. It gave D a replacement, the voice in the Bad Batch when Tech went to the clouds. Yes, you're right. You're right. Batcher was the stand-in for Tech. That's phenomenal. Batcher's more of a characterization tool for Crosshair and Omega than a character in herself. I agree, yeah, because Batcher is sort of this bridge, right? Like, Omega is very much like, yes, we have to get Batcher when she gets taken. Like, she's part of the family, and Crosshair against that. But then realizing how important Batcher is to Omega, then saving Batcher and coming to realize himself just how important Batcher is to the family. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Batcher is S because she's an animal and acts like a dog, and dogs are great. You're right. Absolutely. All right, Bib Fortuna is next. A great cameo, I think. A kind of almost a confusing cameo, because does that make Moochie a relative of Patissa? I don't really know. But a great cameo nonetheless. Not really much for his character here. Just he just shows up and threatens Sid via hologram. That's kind of it for Bib. Saw a comment yesterday. It was funny that K9X1, yeah, guarding the Hound. Yeah, I recently, when I rewatched the first episode, when I rewatched Confined, I heard that and I was like, K9. Okay, yeah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, that was good. Long way cameo that was missing in the Clone Wars yeah, right, exactly, yeah. Whenever they go to Jabba's palace in the Clone Wars, which they go to it a few times, yeah, noticeably absent. Yeah, Bib, I think he's fine. Is he better than Coburn? I think so. I don't know if he deserves D tier. He doesn't really do anything besides show up and get and pick up Moochie. I'll just keep him there for now. Is Moochie on the list? Let's see. It does not look like it. I almost thought that Malegi here was Moochie, but no. It does not seem like Moochie is on the list. Yeah, what the heck? Come on now. You guys have the Zillow Beast down here. I see the Zillow Beast down here. You have the Zillow Beast, but you don't have Ruby or Moochie? Excuse me. Wow, that's criminal. I can't believe that. That's just heartbreaking. Okay, so I think Bib, probably bottom of C. Yeah, I think that's fair. He's just there. He could have been swapped out for anyone, and the same goes for Coburn. Yeah, he could have been swapped out for anyone, but the fact that it connects back to the Jabba thing and sort of that Underworld connections that Ord Mantell has, I think that works for him. So yeah, probably better than Coburn. Okay, oh my gosh, I was trying to remember their names earlier and I forgot. I can't remember what the Ithorian and the Wookiees names are. Is one of their names Bolo? I feel like Bolo is one of their names. Darn. I feel like these are the only characters that I can't remember their names of in this list. No, there's her name too. Oh my gosh, the senator that was in Rogue One. Yeah, Sid Vardu 1 and 2. Yeah, Sid's customer 1 and 2. Yeah. Okay, so being that the Ithorian is first, we'll have him be 1. And then the Wookiees is 2. Okay, so 1, we'll just call him 1 for now. 1, I think, is an entertaining character alongside 2. When when they're just around and they're messing with Omega when she's trying to learn how to use the bow. That moment when the Batch or Sid or whoever it is has them capture Ruby and run away. I thought that was pretty entertaining. But yeah, beyond that, they are just patrons that don't really add much to the to the overarching story in any way. Again, aside from that time that they captured Ruby. So yeah, I can't really justify giving them much of a high tier. Yeah, just comic relief. But they aren't even really like I think they're more of a caricature than the Batch were when they first showed up in the Clone Wars. They're just two two bar dweller guys that just don't do much and they just mess around with everyone else. Yeah, they do serve their purpose for sure. Yeah, no, I mean they're definitely in the, or at least one might be higher than two. No, they'll be right next to each other. I don't know if above Bib. I mean, they make more appearances when they, to I guess further develop their characters or whatever. How they originally in the Martez arc? Were they in the Martez sisters arc? They were in Clone Wars Season 7 and helped Ahsoka and the Martez sisters escape. Were they really? I do not remember that at all. I mean, to be fair, I don't really remember much of that arc in general, but no way. Is that actually true? That's insane, if so. Wow. Oh my gosh, what a great way to tie these characters back together. The only person who knows that? Yeah. Probably. Oh my gosh, that's a great connection. Martez arc is buried deep in the databanks. Yeah. Even if we don't remember their names as fans of the show, I don't think they'd make it higher than D. Yeah, you're right. You're very right. Yeah. They've got to be, definitely. I'll just put both of them there. 1 and 2, you guys can hang out there. Guess they managed to make it Ord Mantell. Yeah, somehow. Maybe the Pikes were pretty generous there, where they said, all right, guys, you can go. And when the Pikes show up in, oh, okay. I have to actually go back. Even though Infested is like my least favorite episode of the show, I need to go back because do they do anything when the Pikes show up to usurp, or not usurp, but to collect the spice? Do they like just hightail it? That'd be fun. But yeah, 1 and 2, I think above Admiral Coburn is fair. But yeah, that's about it. I think they just run away, yeah. Because yeah, I know that's the same episode when they capture Ruby and they run away then. But I can't remember. Anyway, go back to watch Infested. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, I don't know if I ever will. It's the one I always skip, that and that and Retrieval. I always skip those two. Okay, yeah, so yeah, 1 and 2, I think we can put in D tier. That's very fair. All right, Captain Bragg. Just a serviceable Imperial officer, I guess. It's kind of cool that she makes appearances every now and again. The first episode where she shows up on Raxus was like, okay, this is cool. Imperial officer that's very much set into the Imperial way of, oh, we're just here to help, like just peddling the propaganda. And then after she fails, she just kind of shows up every now and again. Yeah, one of the few reoccurring imps that survives the show, yeah. Because then, yeah, she shows up in the outpost at the beginning when the clones are trying to treat her like customer service. It's like, all right, what do we do now? And then she shows up again at the end with Tarkin on Tantiss, which is cool. I guess she moved up the totem pole to be allowed into that base. Yeah, she also keeps interrupting Crosshair's breakfast on the intercom. That's right. I couldn't remember if that was actually her. I know it was the voice. I know it's the same voice. But I wasn't sure if that was intended to be the same character. But it would make sense if it was. CT-9904, report to Vice Admiral Rampart's office immediately. So yeah, I think that, yeah. Probably not, but it's funny that, yeah, I agree. Right against appearance per season doesn't do much, but still neat. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's just, it's building the universe where you have these characters who are not important at all. Could be facilitated for anyone else. Like, a dude that was helping escort the shuttle to Tantiss, the captain guy, right? Lieutenant Novitz, or whoever his name was. Like, it could be him just over and over again. And it would still be good. because it's a reoccurring character. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, yeah, come on, let Crosshair eat, please. Not much a character herself, but the fact she keeps coming back despite not being voiced by a prominent VA says something about her influence in the Empire. Yeah, I agree, yeah. And like I said, right, she goes from being I mean, I don't think she was placed as the governor of Raxus. She was just there to sort of defuse any hostilities between the people and the Empire. But she goes from that to like an office job on Coruscant in the Inspectorate. And then yeah, she's with Tarkin on Tantiss, which is a big deal because not very many people know about Tantiss people know about Tantiss, but they don't know like what its purpose is. They've never stepped foot on there. So that says something. Seeing a lot of missing imps on this show, or on this list. Yeah, because we have Bragg, we have Coburn, Rampart, Tarkin, obviously. I think Ramadi's here. Krennic is here. I saw Krennic somewhere. I don't know where he is now. There he is. There's Krennic. Because, yeah, we have Novitz. Oh, yeah, and Nolan. Nolan's here as well. Oh, whoops. Not Krennic. Where's Nolan? There's Nolan. Yeah, I can't think of who else there is right now. Yeah, there's Novitz. There's that dude that I don't know if he ever got a name. I'm sure he did. The guy that was escorting Howser and the other two on the Gazanti. I don't know if that dude got a name, but he's missing. Yeah, I can't really think of anyone else that might be. I think someone else who might be missing, I think, is Venomore. From the Kashyyyk episode. I think Venomore might be missing too. Yeah, weird. They're named. Okay, yeah, I didn't really think that they would be. Yeah. And Groton. Groton too, right? I don't think Groton's here either. Oh, weird. Oh well. Governor Groton, my favorite Imperial. All right, but yeah, Captain Bragg, I think she can probably be at the maybe top of S, maybe. I think that could be fine. Lieutenant on Ariadu, and yes, on Erebus and Station 003. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, the one that Steve Bloom voiced. Yeah, weird. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that guy on Ariadu could have at least gotten a spot here, and Groton, of course. But yeah, okay. Bummer. Well, just to place all of them, Lieutenant on Ariadu would probably be top of D. The guy in Erebus would be above or below Coburn. The guy on Station 003 also probably below Coburn. And then Groton would be in C, I think. He'd probably be below or above Bib Fortuna, for sure. Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah. Enjoyed the Ariadu guy because of his Swedish Nordic-like accent. Yeah, Steve Bloom did a really good job with that one. No. I'm sorry, that was Erebus. Ariadu guy. Yes, you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Gambling is legal. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Weird. That guy's missing. Captain Man. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Strange. Yeah, it's interesting because we have, season 3 stuff here, so I wasn't sure if this was actually all season 3. But there are season 3 characters here, like Issa Durand, the Zillow Beast, and the CX Troopers are all put together. Yeah. There's a few missing clones here as well from Rex's, or I think Samson is missing. And that's about it. Yeah, this is done. Let's just go find another one. To be honest, I don't know if there's any. I was looking. I looked over the past few days to see if there was anything that had like everybody, but no. I think this one is probably the best one that covers the most ground. Yeah, it's Captain Gray, but not not whoever else. Not Groton. Okay, but yeah. So Captain Bragg, I'll put Captain Bragg below AZ, above Bib, below AZ. A fun reoccurring character that shows up every now and again. Cade. Okay, Cade. Cade's a tough one to place because I feel like he's sort of the one that gets the ball rolling on the clone conspiracy stuff. But he's not around very long to justify a very high position. Like, Slip will definitely be higher than Cade, no doubt about it. Cade, bless his heart, where he's, I send email to Rampart to tell the truth, or else I'm gonna tell the truth. Like, what a noble soul this guy was. What a good dude. Poor guy that got taken out by the operative. Yeah, he just, no fear. He just said, hey man, tell the truth or I'll tell the truth. Yeah, exactly. His story was to get Slips going. And yeah, he definitely was a red shirt for sure. A red shirt that actually did get a name and just a little bit. Where it's like, Kamino was our home, we destroyed it. Yeah, definitely, tried to blackmail Rampart and blackmailed the wrong guy. Yeah. Physically face-falling when he said, I sent a transmission to Rampart. Yeah. Yeah, no way, man. No way. That was never going to end well. Yeah, Cade. Cade might be another one that's right below AZ. Definitely above Captain Bragg, I feel like. Because Bragg is just sort of the epitome of an Imperial officer who just does their job. But Cade actually had something going for him. I say his best line was, we're not bad men, but what we did was wrong. Yeah. It's really cool just to see that with the clones who are still in the Empire, right? Like, we don't really get that perspective from anyone else because no one else went through what Slip and Cade did. Like, Wolf doesn't go through that. And so we can't really, we don't really know what it is that's keeping Wolf in the Empire right now. But with these guys, it's like, yeah, they were the ones who were pushing the buttons to blow up Tapoka City and the other facilities, right? So yeah, so that gives them this sort of level of understandability and just being able to I guess get the aftershock, the after effects, the aftermath, I guess you'd say, of what happened there and getting that perspective. So yeah, Cade, I'll put above Captain Bragg, below AZ. I feel like AZ had a little more development probably than Cade did. Getting to see 79s again was really cool. Because I think it's the first time that we see it is in the 5s arc. And then getting to see it again. And it's such like a big place, right? Like not a big place in terms of its size, but in terms of where things happen. Because it's Senator Chuchi that's there. And she's the one talking with the clones about figuring out what they need for support once they're forced into retirement. And then it's Slip who tells Chuchi there about Rampart's deception. It's like, a lot happens at 70, and then it's where where Cade dies and Slip escapes. A lot happens at 79s, and it's a pretty important place. It's the clone version of the Cantina where just a lot of important things happen there. All right, Sid. Sid, sort of, aside from Batcher, is our first sort of big main character to show up here. And Sid, I think so. I very much wish there was more that we got with Sid. We talked about it, I think, in the episodes tier list, where if there was something after the fact where she either tried to redeem herself or she, had something happen to her or whatever. It's kind of implied maybe that she died off screen thanks to CX2 after he interrogated her. He doesn't, I think they intentionally keep it vague just in case, because he said, I managed to pull more information out of the Trandoshan. And it's like, okay, that doesn't really say much. It's definitely implied that she's dead. But who knows? Yeah. Sidorin Scaleback. Yeah, I thought she was going through the old typical redemption arc after Omega. Yeah, won her a bunch of gambling games. Exactly. Yeah, kind of like that Sid stays bad. It's a good message that sometimes people suck and stay bad. I agree. Yeah, and if it was anyone who had to stay that character, aside from Rampart, aside from how Rampart meets his end, Sid was definitely that character to stay that way. To play devil's advocate for a second, the second half of season 2 was pushing that they were supposed to not like her character. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too, because they have the interaction when they're trying to get her help after the Marauder gets stolen, and she's like, all right, whatever, guys, figure it out. And then they're talking to her again after the fact in Metamorphosis, and she's like, oh, see, you guys got your shit back, now do this job for me. And yeah, I kind of wish there was something else after that. Like, when they get to Pabu, it's not just like, okay, yeah, we're totally just ghosting Sid, and we're just ignoring that she exists for a second so that we can just, have a second to breathe. I kind of wish there was something where, like, Echo or not Echo, because he had already left, like, Tech checks, like, the incoming transmissions, and they have, like, 30 missed calls from Sid. I feel like that would have been cool to sort of set in the idea that, like, Sid's still there and she's, like, getting really impatient with the radio silence from the batch. I feel like something there to kind of remind you that she exists is there. But in the same vein, I like how at the end, Hunter is like, we got to go to Ord Mantell where AZ can take a look at her. And then it's like, oh, wait, Ord Mantell, Sid. That's right, we're not liking Sid. So yeah, I like that idea, but I also kind of wish there was something there where Sid had, like, contacted them a bunch of times. That just brings into question if we're judging Sid's character because of her actions or the way the writers wrote her. Yeah, no. It's definitely just throughout how the writers wrote her. Definitely just how she fits into the show. Because again, like I said at the beginning, I'm not going to put Sid at the bottom of D tier because she's a bad character like Krell or Fox or whoever. I'm not going to do it like that. I'm actually going to fairly judge her on how her character was. It kind of surprised me because for Faster, Sid seemed generally grateful. Yeah. Like, or at least as much as she could show it, right? Like, she's like, oh, what did she say at the end there? She's like, oh, I'll pay you back. Even though she never did. But that also adds on to her character, right? That's what Milegi says, that, loyalty does not go both ways. And that was the same thing that Crosshair went through. Those were his exact words when he said that to Howser. I thought with the Empire, loyalty was a big thing, but it doesn't go both ways. She's not completely bad and evil all the time. Yeah, she just fluctuates around. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we do get infested sometimes with that. I think for season 1, I think Sid was pretty fair to the batch, even though she kind of teased there for a second when Hunter but after the end of the episode, in Rampage, where she's, I'm good with secrets. And then we obviously learn that she is not. I like her interactions with the batch. I love how she just gives them all nicknames, except for Echo. I don't think Echo ever got a nickname. Obviously Crosshair never got a nickname either. But yeah, I like the nickname thing. I like how she kind of not educates Omega, but she gives Omega a different perspective when, oh, that's right, it was Killjoy. That's right, I forgot about that. Yeah, Killjoy over here. You're right. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, it is Killjoy. I love the nickname. Yeah, when you see his face when she says it, yeah, it's great. Her educating Omega once they're gone, and she's, not educating really, because Omega's the one who's doing the stuff with the playing Dejarik and all that. All I can say for Sid is that she gave us Tiny, Muscles, Goggles, Killjoy, and Tall, Dark, and Broody. Or was it Tall, Dark, and Broody, or is it just Dark and Broody? I might be just thinking of Batman when I think of Tall, Dark, and Broody, but, or Bandana as well, right? Yeah, bandana. Yeah. Yeah, just dark and broody, yeah. Yeah, that's all good stuff. I think Sid is absolutely better than Ventress. I think B tier is probably fitting for her. Yeah, I don't know if I could give Sid A, because I feel like for the growth, for the quote unquote growth that we got for her character, it's not that it backpedaled in any way, because again, it's that Sid's not a trustworthy character. I just wish there was a little bit more beyond faster. And once they get their ship stolen. But at that point we were like over the hump for like, okay, Sid's gone now. Oh look, it talks. Yeah. Before you see my ugly side. That's not her ugly side. What was that, Goggles? Yeah, that's great. That's all great stuff. Yeah, I can't think of the actress's name right now, but she knocked it out of the park with Sid. Just an incredible job. Everyone did in this show. Everyone did in this show. I'll just blanket that statement. Everyone in this show did an unbelievable job. All right, so I know you said earlier, so is this CX0? Just to clarify, because I wasn't sure if he ever actually got a name. Yeah, definitely, especially Roland Durand. Yeah, so is this CX0, or is he like actually just an unidentified operative? Just clone X. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, because I wasn't sure when I don't see that. Yeah, so yes. So it is the whole unit. It's right here. Which is kind of weird to me. I kind of wish they separated CX2 from the rest of the bunch. Because I wanted to actually rank CX2 differently from the other members. But oh well. I guess that just happens. But yeah, so we have this guy, CX, whatever, Clone X. I think a solid introduction to this idea. Yeah, I know, CX2 is not here either. That's very bizarre. But yeah, no, I like the introduction of the clone operatives. I like how it was done, how it's just a giant mystery at first, where it's like, okay, does Rampart have a bounty hunter in his fold that he uses to eliminate loose ends? And then we obviously learn by the end that you know it's a clone, and then we get more of that later on. Oh, is Tanwei here? I don't think. Oh, she is here. What? Why? Why though? I guess this could represent CX0 to 2, since they wear that armor while the others are in the collective. Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, because CX1 doesn't really have much beyond trying to point the blame to Crosshair, try to sow doubt. This guy sort of establishes that there's something more going on. I agree that Rampart knew about the Clone X's, and yeah, should be more confidential and no one talks about it. Yes, I was actually planning on making a video about that. I wasn't sure if I was going to actually do a video or a short, because I don't know if it would be more than a minute of me talking about this. But yeah, it's very weird how Rampart had access to a CX trooper. I'll just kind of explain my thinking process with that, because you're absolutely right. Yes, Rampart was involved with the Kaminoan stuff, right? When he was on Kamino, he's the one in charge, he's the one decommissioning it, all that. And we also know that he's been to Tantiss, because that was what we established in Season 3. I don't feel, even though he's a Vice Admiral, I don't feel like his position warrants getting a clone operative in his employ. That just doesn't really seem weird to me. Or that does seem weird to me. That doesn't seem right to me that he has that, because, you know, you see how Hemlock just sort of brushes him aside, where he's like, all that time on Kamino and yet you learn nothing. It's kind of weird how that happens. There's some characters here where I'd struggle to put them in a tier because I can't determine any of their traits. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, because a character like CX whatever, he doesn't really have a trait other than that he's a believer, you know? That's pretty much about it. And and then CX1 is pretty much the exact same character, except this time he tries to sow doubt within the clones. Rampart was involved with Tantiss, War Mantle, Destruction, Tipoca City, Defense Recruitment Bill, stuck his hand. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I'm not really sure if that, having all those outlets could grant him access to something like that, something that's such a top secret project that Hemlock's got going on. CX0 establishes the mystery. CX1 confirms they can't be helped. CX2 represents the threat he is against the rest of the batch. You're right. That's a great call. Rampart and Hemlock talking was great. Love when other villains meet each other. I was so excited when he got captured in Flash Strike. I was like, oh, this is going to be good. Rampart, who is like the definition of Imperial officer who means nothing in the grand scheme of things when it comes to the Emperor's rule. And Hemlock, who thinks he's the opposite. I love that. Perhaps he was granted CX operatives in order to maintain the storm narrative of Tipoca City. That would make sense, I feel like. Yeah. Having it be where he's talking with Hemlock, he's like, hey, just in case anything gets out. Or maybe it was after he learned that Clone Force 99 survived. When Captain Wilco told him about it. Wilco's on this list, right? Is Wilco not on this list? Oh, he is. Okay. Thank goodness. Yeah, maybe after Wilco told Rampart that in the report that Clone Force 99 lived, that was when Rampart was like, okay, this could be a problem. We need to deal with this eventually. So that's when he has an operative. So yeah. Rampart was involved with War Mantle and the lead support of the Defense Recruitment Bill, which Palpatine wants, so I guess they trust him with one. Yeah, potentially not know what he is. Yeah, he there's a possibility that he didn't know it was a clone under the mask. He just knew that it was a special unit that would allow, things to be covered up. The storm narrative was very important to Hemlock's operations on decommissioned clones and to Rampart's for the Defense Recruitment Bill. Yeah, absolutely, because that's the thing where it's like all Kaminoan equipment, the funding, everything has gone to Tantiss now, and that wouldn't really run very well in the Senate. It makes sense Hemlock would give a CX assassin to help him too. Yeah, for sure. So if we're just going off of this one operative, he's probably like here, or maybe above Captain Bragg, maybe, or I don't know, somewhere around here. If we're adding in everyone else or all the other ones that we got individual screen time with, so CX1 and CX2, he'd be above Ventress, or they would be above Ventress. So I think if we'll do that, if we'll just sort of clump those three operatives together, they go above Ventress for me. I think CX2 is a big component of that, because I really like how when Crosshair and him are fighting, where he's, you chose the wrong side, and just proving that he is such a capable assassin against Crosshair, and also just being so adamant and determined to do the job. Wait, I sent the message off. Okay, I was gonna say it's weird for Palps not talking about knowledge about. Yeah, right. Like, for taking him out. Yes, without. Yeah, because that's kind of a big deal. And if Rampart's just in prison, right, where it's like, hey, by the way, I was a vice admiral and I encountered these very strange operatives, and then word spreads like wildfire. So yeah, I think above Ventress and B tier is pretty good for the operatives. Hey, thanks so much. Thanks so much for stopping by. And if you come back to watch the rest of the VOD, I hope you enjoy that as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope I can do that. I was actually thinking about that earlier. I was like, oh, a soundtrack stream would be amazing. Yeah, it would be forever. Yeah. All right, but yeah. So I think, operatives, the core three operatives that we actually encounter in the show, all clumped together, I think that works for above Ventress. All right, Cody. Oh my goodness, I'm excited to rank Cody. Cody, incredible character. For the one episode that we get to see him in, incredible character. Cody and Crosshair right next to each other. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that just works. That just works. Yeah, I love Cody's arc in this episode in the Solitary Clone. And even though, like I said at the beginning, where Cody is sort of, it's important to know the context of Revenge of the Sith to understand Cody's character in this show, right? Because when Crosshair says, they're traitors like the Jedi, excuse me, and then Cody at the end is, we make our own choices and we have to live with them too. Thinking in the back of his mind, oh my gosh, I'm the one responsible for what happened to Obi-Wan. I'm pretty sure Cody knows that he's not dead. But just that idea that he was the one that ordered the shot to be taken at Obi-Wan, and he feels responsible for that because he doesn't know about the inhibitor chip. I love that for Cody's character. I think it's so good. It's going to be pretty hard for me not to put him in S tier. But I think I have to put him in A tier for sure. I love everything about Cody's presence in the episode. I think the desaturated, just the lifeless colors, not orange anymore. It's just all gray. This might be a hot take, but I like Cody's Imperial armor more than his clone armor. Not his clone, his Republic armor. I don't know. There's just something about it that just really clicks with me with Cody's fit here. Having the gray color, the lifeless colors, it just feeling like a darker twist of a Clone Wars mission, where it's the boys are going in to clear out a city of separatists and free the captured governor. It's like, oh, what a textbook mission this is. And Cody wants to believe that, but by the time you get to the end of the episode, when it's Groton ordering him to kill Tawny Ames. Is Tawny Ames on this list? Is that another missing character that we have here? I don't think Tawny Ames is on this list. Why? What the heck? Groton and Tawny Ames are not here. Wow. Okay. Oh well. May upset Legends fans when I say this, but I much prefer Cody disappearing with heartbreak instead of being potentially blown up by Star. I agree. I absolutely agree. Yeah. That's sort of a, like, we don't know when that databank entry was made with Cody on Kamino. Was it around the time when Starkiller was running rampant there? The clone was running rampant? I don't know. But yeah, that's always a possibility that Cody just got annihilated there. Yeah, refusing the fact that I killed Cody and Force Unleashed too. Yeah, we just don't know. But I mean, it could be. He could have been just one of those stormtroopers that we killed, or one of the commanders or whatever. I definitely agree. I think for sure we're gonna get Cody's story wrapped up in the definitely happening, totally happening, 100% sequel show to this, where it's Rex and Echo, which should be fun. But yeah, for this show, for this one episode that Cody was in, he made such a huge impact. And yeah, I think it's an A tier for sure. A tier, absolutely. All right, I'm not going to rank Crosshair. We're going to hold off on Crosshair for now, and Echo, and Hunter, and Omega, and Tech, and where's Wrecker? We're going to hold off on ranking them for now. We're going to jump to Cut Lawquane. It was great seeing him again. When they did the name drop of J19 at the end of episode 1, that was a really fun tie-in to the Clone Wars episode. And then him bringing up that Rex had stopped by, and he's just sort of over the whole soldier thing at this point, which I'm really happy about for him. I mean, he was over it in the Clone Wars, but that was still when the war was going on, And yeah, this is fresh after the war is over, but Cut having this very big perspective of, I'm just doing this for my family, and it's for the safety of them and that's it. And that's sort of the idea that he leaves in Hunter's mind going forward for the rest of the show, at least what he tried to be. I love Cut's character in Cut and Run. Very, very good. Speaking of saying Legends fans, the Clone Wars era deserter, yeah. Oh no, established during the Clone Wars. I wonder if Rex made him remove his chip because he did to the batch. I don't see how Cut would get it out though with only farm equipment. I agree. I think that's sort of a lingering thing where when Rex went to Cut the day after, right? Because it was Order 66. It was maybe a day later when the batch escaped Kamino, and then maybe a day after that when they get to Seleucami. So it's only been a few days since Order 66 and since the formation of the Empire. So Rex is fresh off of everything that just happened. So assuming that after the Tales of the Jedi Episode 6 prologue, when Ahsoka and Rex are on Naboo at Padme's funeral, at least Ahsoka is, assuming that's the last time they see each other before they part ways, Rex would have pretty much gone straight to Seleucami after that. And then, because Cut said he just stopped through yesterday. So I don't know how it's only a few days apart, really. So I don't know if there was much time for him to be like, hey, there's this thing in your head, you have to get it out. I know, because hated by fans at Eve due to him abandoning the Prime mission. Giving Abel's story was similar to giving the chance to escape. I understand that. I feel like Cut's story just really works, though, because it really hammers in the individualization of clones, and even in Cut's case, prior to being around a Jedi for too long, right? Because he was on this mission and just lost everybody. It's like, dang, man, this sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. Which, to be fair, Bala Geonosis, it was his first mission, all the clones' first mission. But for that to resonate so much with Cut, I think, is a powerful thing for him. And then, where his primary objective is to keep his family safe no matter the cost. I really like Cut's character. I think it's really good. And I don't know if we'll ever see him again after this, but I think it'd be really cool if we did. He doesn't need to be in the Rex and Echo show, I don't think. But just at some point down the line to see how he's doing, that'd be cool. Cut's hair sucks in Bad Batch, though. Yeah, the sideburns are a little much. The sideburns are kind of a strange choice for him there. Makes him stand out. If that's the idea, right? Because if he was clean shaven like that, he probably would have been outed pretty quickly by that guy checking him at the spaceport. But yeah, Cut, I think, is definitely I don't know if I can, because I want to use the context of just this show, right? And I think Cut shows even more than he did in Clone Wars, because he's sort of the guiding light for Hunter and how to make that decision. And also just how to treat Omega at this stage in her life when she's so new to everything. He's above Sid for me, I think. Even though it was just one episode, but like Cody, we only got for one episode too, and I think he clears all these other characters. I wish they gave us more info about how they even knew Cut. Yeah, right? Because, it seems pretty apparent that they've known Cut is on Seleucami and all that, so was it kind of like in Rex's case where they just happened to stumble onto Seleucami one day on a mission, and it's like, oh, hey, wait a minute, you're a clone. Huh, we're not going to report you because we don't follow orders. So maybe that's how that went down, but I don't know. I think Cut above Sid, above these other characters in B tier, I think that checks out. Alright, so we're not doing Echo and Crosshair just yet, but we will go ahead and rank Emery. Emery is fantastic. From the get-go, I was thinking, okay, well, actually, I'll give a little more context to it, because when she first showed up in Metamorphosis, and she was talking to whoever she was talking, I think it might have been when she was talking to Hemlock at the end of the episode, I was like, oh, that's fun. They they gave Michelle Ang another role in this show, you know. This character probably won't be important. Little did I learn shortly after that it's not Michelle Ang that voices Emery. So it's not the voice of Omega that voices Emery. It's actually who played the Queen of Naboo at the end of Revenge of the Sith. That was pretty fun. But also that she would develop into such a well-rounded character. I think that's awesome. So at the time, I was like, okay, that's cool. The voice of Omega also voices Emery. And then I learned very quickly after that. I don't think I looked at the cast. I think I learned that from like a news article or like an interview or something. It's like, oh my gosh, it's not Michelle Ang that voices Emery. Okay. They sound very similar. I wonder why that is. And then later on, at the end of season 2, when she reveals that she's a clone, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I love Emery's character in the show. I think her being so like when Crosshair gets captured, right? Where she's, don't try to escape Crosshair. You're not going to make it out, and especially in your condition. I appreciated how she is very much doctor assistant lady in those early stages of her development, but she's still she's still considerate of what's happening because she knows how vile Hemlock can be with his experiments. It was rumored during season 2 that she was the mother of Dr. Pershing. I think it's who you mean, right? Dr. Pershing in Mandalorian. Not too sure how that'll work now. Yeah, I think, at this point, I can probably say that is confirmed to not be true. That is debunked. But that's a good idea. Before it was revealed that she was a clone, that's a pretty nice theory to have. Because being associated with the Tantiss stuff, with the Project Necromancer stuff, with the M-Count stuff, that all works. That was actually before Emery was directly involved with the M-Count stuff, but we didn't know that at the time. But yeah, and then just how she grows in the show. Her with Omega, I thought it was so sweet at the end of Confined when she leaves the straw Tuca doll there. That was a very sweet moment, and when I realized, she can be redeemed. And then getting that whole episode dedicated to her with Identity Crisis is awesome. Very, very great stuff. And then just her bonding with the kids and leaving that Tuca doll again for Eva. And then being this, she's, she wants them to escape. She wants them gone from Tantiss. She just believes she doesn't have the power to do it. And then getting some backstory on her too with Nala Se. It's kind of interesting. What she brings up, what she said to Nala Se, how, what did she say? I can't remember exactly what she said. Says, they're children like I was. And not implying, I think she said that Nala Se had sent her off at one point, and then she met Hemlock after that. Very interesting backstory for Emery. I'd love to learn more about her character at that point. I'd love to know when she met Hemlock. That'd be really cool to see. Her bond with Omega as time would go on is very sweet. She's still like Tantiss science lady, but her Omega is starting to break through. And when she's, I'm glad you're safe. And then Omega's, am I? And then tells Omega that the kids are well looked after. And Omega's, I'd like to believe you. I think that's all awesome stuff. And then however she can help Echo and the gang with the information that she has, I don't know how that's going to work. Because no one really knows about Project Necromancer at all, except for the Empire. Excuse me. So Emery knows quite a lot about Project Necromancer right now. She knows that the M-Count stuff because Hemlock literally explained to her what this project is for, and she got access to all the files. She has everything. So I'm not sure how that's gonna work out. I imagine, I hope not, but I imagine she'll probably get killed later on. But that's besides the point right now. And Emery, I think, has got to be A for me. Above Cody, maybe? I don't know. Probably above Cody right now. I like Cody for what he had, as I was saying before. I think he was such a perfect character for the one episode we got him in. But Emery got, a whole episode dedicated to her journey and her realization that Tantiss is just not the place to be. Yeah, I think Emery has got to be towards the top of A tier for sure. I'll probably go ahead and rank all of the kids after. We have Eva, Jax, and Sammy. Do we have Baron? Baron wasn't too much of a character besides a baby that cries, but okay, it does not look like we have Baron. Baron? I don't know how you say the name. I saw the subtitle the one time. I was like, Baron. Anyway. Okay, so Eva. I'll probably just rank them all together. Probably above Ventress, I think. Probably. I like how Omega's with them, and I like how they interact with Omega, especially Jax. At the end there, when he's like, I'm afraid of heights. I probably wouldn't be a good soldier. And then Omega gives him that confidence with, Eva's above Jax, but with that confidence with Wrecker. Wrecker's afraid of heights, but he's one of the best soldiers that she knows. I think that's all awesome. Very, very good stuff. So yeah, I think above Ventress. I don't know if I can say above the operatives collectively or above Sid or Cut. Yeah, I'm not sure. I did like how the Pantoran did get a motherly role for the youngest one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, how Sammy, how she's just looking after Baron, and she's the one to sort of she's the lookout, right, for when Dr. Scalder is coming into the vault or whatever it may be. Yeah, very cool that she's sort of the one that looks after the group, or at least at the very least Baron. Yeah. But yeah, I think above Ventress is pretty fair. I don't know about above them. I have to think about it. The operatives. I mean, we don't really get much with the operatives though. For what we do get, I'll probably above the operatives. That might work. So I really like how these kids develop into... They gain confidence in some ways, right? Like Jax especially. Jax is, when they're going to... or when Omega is sort of asking them what the droid, routine is and how many times they take their blood, Jax is sort of the one to give the best responses. Even though he is still just a kid and he isn't trained like Omega is, he has, he has that eager desire to leave, as it is here in his picture, or when he's looking at the door when Hemlock's pressing the keys. All right, but yeah, I think putting them there is solid. Gregor, really like that we got Gregor in this show. Part of me wishes that we got an explanation for how he got back from Abafar. I know he does say, I got blown up once and survived. I can handle this. But no, I like his sort of explanation as well for why stormtroopers are just not good. Where, I didn't teach him everything. That wouldn't be very smart, would it? That's great stuff. I mean, Gregor's just a great time. He's not going in C. I don't know why I'm going back and forth here. He's definitely not going in C. He's probably above... somewhere around here, I think. Because I don't know if he has that same, development that Cut does, but again, that's kind of using the context there. I'll put him right there for right now. Gregor's interesting because I liked his character in Rebels, but liked his character in Clone Wars, but hated it in Rebels. Meanwhile, this one was a literal in-between. Yeah, it's literally his transitional phase between being the, amnesia-ridden clone commando and the absolute goofball. So this is the in-between for sure. Gregor is the most powerful clone ever, not just because he's the strongest, fastest, or smartest. He just can't die. You're right. Except for, when he does, but yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Yeah, he takes so much. When Scorch shoots him, when he's, trying to escape from the base, however he did, I think, yeah, because he escaped through the elevator the first time. But yeah, surviving, getting off, getting back to, Rex and them, surviving, doing the mission to rescue Howser and them. Yeah, Gregor's just great. He might be further up. I don't know if I can put him above Sid. I feel like Sid has more development and more of a special role in the show. Difference between Echo and Gregor: one doesn't have a confirmed end yet, another one survived in weaker armor. Yeah, you're right, absolutely. Where at the time they were kind of in the same boat, right? At the time, at the end of season 5, it's like, okay, one died in a shuttle explosion and the other died in a giant Rhydonium explosion. So yeah, very, very similar in that way. And then them working together consistently and as a part of Rex's group, that's pretty fitting. I think I saw one time someone had not like a funny moments video of the batch, but it was Gregor when he's, I got blown up once and survived. And then Echo just kind of looks over at him. He's like, wait a minute. You got blown up and you look just fine, but I got turned into a cyborg? What the heck? But yeah, no. Really like Gregor in this show. I like his sort of giving context to the Empire, how they're able to expand so quickly, and why, despite that expansion, they're not able to maintain that skill level that the clones had, because some of the commandos and some of the regs that are training them are just like, man, whatever, I'm not doing this. So yeah, I really like that, and I love his role in Rex's group, though we haven't really seen much of it. We've just seen him and Echo on one mission together, and then when they flew in to save the rest of the team. But yeah, definitely expecting to see more in the totally happening Rex and Echo show that will explain why things go so wrong. We know that Echo is going to come back in the original plan, but I don't know how Gregor will survive. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, by the end of season 5, right before the show was canceled, the first time, and before the Bad Batch pre-rendered animation things came out, before that we didn't know about Echo living, right? So in like 2012 or whatever, we knew that Echo died in a shuttle explosion, and then Gregor had blown up. Probably the muscle of the team, yeah. With him being the commando that has just that super durable armor, yeah, absolutely. Rex is the team leader. Echo is the infiltration guy with being an ARC trooper. Gregor being the muscle of the group. He's sort of the wrecker, I guess you could say. Kind of in the same boat in his mental space as well, just kind of a fun-loving guy. And then Wolf will probably be the Crosshair of the group. I hope that's actually a dynamic that Echo brings up in that, where it's like, okay, hey, wait a minute, this is like my old team. But yeah, Gregor, I think, goes there. Then we have Captain Gray. So Captain Gray, I can't really give much to. Context in the Kanan comics, he's great. I'd probably put him in like upwards of B, or probably bottom of A. But in this show, he's just there for a little bit. Executor 66 on Depa Billaba, and that's kind of it. Then we just never see him again. I like the armor. That's about it. I know it was changed from red, but I like the green. Does he even get a name drop in the show? He does not. Just Captain, because before in the Kanan comics he was Commander, but then Depa, she says when she's like, no, Captain, or does she says Captain, right? Yeah, because he's Captain Gray. So, Captain, this is our chance. Launch the counterattack. That was about it. Yeah, he's a good character in the comics, but just kind of stands and breathes in the show. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I I don't want to put him in D tier, but I kind of feel like that might be where he belongs just because he isn't really anything. He's kind of just a character. Like you said, he just stands and breathes. Yeah, like it's kind of cool that he gives context to the regs knowing who the batch are. He's like, oh, I can't believe it. That's Clone Post 99. I think that's cool that it gives context that clones know who the batch is. And then we kind of learn also how at odds the regs are early on, where, you know, when Hunter is like, if you're done just standing there, I suggest you launch a counterattack. And then Gray is like, the general's the one who gives the orders around here. That's kind of cool to have that dynamic. So I think on that note, I can't put him in D. I don't know. But it's like that's not really much to go off of. Bottom of C, I think. Good character in the comic. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I already read that. Least possibly is that even the sacrifice could still play out off screen. Yeah, exactly, right? Because, yeah, we don't really know. I mean, it's sort of the thing where I just said this to someone in one of my recent videos in the comments, where it's kind of like campfire tales, right? I think Sam Witwer was the one who said it, where it's like so many Star Wars stories are adjusted and changed, and that's been happening forever. So it's very much like campfire tales, where it's people are telling different interpretations of the story, and that's with the Bad Batch being there when Kanan experiences Order 66. It's like, okay, that never happened in the comic, but again, it's like a campfire tales thing where Kanan has blocked this memory out of his mind so strongly that he forgets that time that a clone actually tried to help him because of how much he hated the clones in that moment. See, I like that idea where it's, you know, sort of like that. So yeah, so maybe Gray, maybe it was a different thing, and maybe Styles wasn't there or something. I don't know. I think there's a slight missed opportunity to adapt the 442nd armor for his squad. That would have been really cool. That would have been awesome. I would have loved to see that armor. Not really canonize it, because I feel like, is the 442nd unit canon in terms of their appearance? I can't think of if they are right now. But yeah, that would have been really sweet. Yeah, I would have liked to see, even though I get the idea, it's less of a in-universe thing and more of a, and more of like an out-of-universe thing, right? Where it's like the clones are like, we're pushing at the edges of becoming the Empire, where now the clones are starting to have their armor be just all white. Even though that doesn't really make sense during the war, it makes more sense when they're on Kamino, I feel like. But for the sake of budget, I understand that, not rendering in a bunch of different looking clones. It would have been cool to see, you know, Styles and I can't think of any of the other names from that team. But yeah, it would have been cool to see that, but I imagine that they were still there. They were just in white armor. All right, so we have Hunter here now, so we're going to hold off on these three. Excuse me. Masamida. Okay. Doesn't make too many appearances in the show. I'll just put him right here right now, because I don't know why I'm using my hands when I'm like talking here when I'm expressing this. I'll just have Masamida just hang out right there. Yeah, so I appreciate how he's sort of the... it's sort of the role that he's always played, right? He's the voice of the Emperor. The white armor looks neat, just so basic when it's not supposed to be, unlike stormtroopers. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, having that, especially in that time, right? This is right before the Empire emerges, where we still see that everywhere else. We see the 501st, we see the 212th, we see the those guys are the 41st, right? The green, or not, the gray ones, like the Coruscant landing pad clones. That's just why I remember their the action figure being called. So that's kind of weird that they're 41st, but oh well. It's like those guys have color, the 41st guys all have color. You know, whoever else does, it's just kind of strange how it's this division of clones under Depa Billaba, they all have white armor except for Gray. Gray, who is not Gray. Thinking about it now, Mace's Colonial would have worked well to match Gray's red armor. Yeah. Yeah, I know the 41st are the camo ones, but I think I remember reading somewhere that the Coruscant landing pad ones that you see when Yoda is about to go to Kashyyyk, they all have like gray looking stripes on their armor. And I remember reading somewhere a long time ago that those guys were also 41st. They were like 41st, not elite, but they were something 41st. I thought that was kind of bizarre. But anyway, yeah, so Masamida, I appreciate him being the voice of the Emperor in this show when it comes to how he interacts with Rampart, where he's like, the Emperor's getting pretty impatient with you, man. You got to get this defense recruitment bill going. So yeah, I appreciate him sort of being that, that voice in the back of Rampart's mind where it's like, okay, I need to do this or things will not go right. He's like, yeah, when he's talking with Senator Chuchi and Omega's there, and then he sees Masamida in the background, and he immediately is like, okay, I got to go talk to him. And then he's sort of blindsided by that. But yeah, beyond that, he doesn't really have much, but I still think he's better than some of these characters. Probably above Bib, I think. Yeah, I think so. Above Bib and Gray, I think that just sounds fair. Hello, welcome in. But yeah, I don't know. Below Captain Bragg for Masamida, nah, it's okay. For this show, I think that's fair. She sort of has a more like presence for some strange reason than Masamida, but that just checks out. Okay, so we're leaving them. Mayday. Oh man, Mayday. What is there to... what hasn't been said already, I should say, about Mayday? I love his jadedness, how he's just so fed up with the Empire and everything that's going on. He's just sort of, whatever, man. This lieutenant's here and he's giving us orders. Whatever. I love how he tries to crack away at Crosshair's shield that he's got going on. I love the interactions. Do we even need to debate his spot at A or higher? No, we definitely, yeah. I think for sure Mayday's gotta be in the upper echelon for sure. Above Emery, above Cody, probably in this show. For right now, he'll be at the bottom of S for now. Yeah, I love how he interacts with Crosshair. And again, like I said, he's chipping away at Crosshair's well-maintained shield, right? Like, Crosshair is just very much, he's CT-9904. We do this by the numbers. We're not clones with personalities. That time is over. We are just soldiers who do what we need to do. And Mayday is pretty successful at chipping away at that, where he introduces himself as Mayday. He gets Crosshair to say his own name instead of his number. He cracks a joke, gets Crosshair to kind of slightly chuckle, and then they just have such a phenomenal relationship throughout the episode. Again, Mayday, just a very jaded clone. He's been through so much. He's lost his entire squad, and yeah, it's the weight of all that pressure has really just brought him so down that he's just sort of given up on having not having hope, because he still says that, oh, maybe we can finally get out of here once, the cargo gets offloaded. That stuff's all great. I love, oh my gosh, yeah. I'll probably just be jumping all over the place with Mayday, but yeah, his dialogue with Crosshair at the end, once they discover the armor, after all the clones have done, after all we sacrificed, and for what? We're good soldiers, we followed orders, and for what? Yeah, just amazing. And Mayday just being this representation of the state of clones at this point in the Empire after the defense recruitment bill goes through. Yeah, just a phenomenal character. And then Crosshair brings him up to the doorstep of the Empire, the doorstep of getting help, only to be having the door slammed in his face. Yeah, Mayday's an S. Definitely, absolutely. The Outpost is my my favorite episode of the show, basically. So yeah, Mayday's got to be up there. I find it interesting how they sent him to a frozen rock in standard armor when the Galactic Marine armor was the uniform they got. Yeah, exactly, right? And is that a case of, once again, like I said, with Captain Gray's unit, where it's like everyone's got all white armor? Is that like a budget thing where it's like, okay, we can't animate the Galactic Marine armor, so we'll make use of that? Because, yeah, did Mayday have more personalized armor? Would he have looked like a clone like Captain Gray or Captain Howser? Or was he like Wilco, where he's just like an all-white armor? He's got nothing really going on. But it's just the conditions have ruined that armor so much. It's kind of strange. So yeah, I don't know if that's a thing where they would have had Galactic Marine armor, but the budget sort of dictated that they don't. If that is, then I think it's a clever way of going about it, because I think them bandaging their armor, I think that's a really cool thing. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They would have had that from the Clone Wars finale. You're absolutely right, because they that was in Revenge of the Sith when they had that. So, yeah, in universe, I can't really think of why. Assuming that Mayday, well, no, definitely going off of the fact that Mayday was sent to Barton 4 after the Empire formed. Maybe it's that thing, right, where they're like, okay, we're not gonna outfit our troopers in weather-based armor. We're just gonna have you guys go out there in your regular armor, and if the weather's bad, oh well. I could see the Empire doing that with clones like Mayday and his team, but it'd be kind of weird depending on when he was sent to Barton 4. Because yeah, Galactic Marine armor would have been around at that point, depending on when it was. So yeah, I'm not sure. I think they made the most of it for sure with this appearance that he has, which is a great appearance. But yeah, it's kind of a strange gray zone with why that unit wouldn't have had Galactic Marine armor. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and with the new military coming in, the defense recruitment bill's gone through. Even though Mayday would have been at Barton 4 before the bill went through. Yeah, I could just see them doing that. Because, like, officers don't even care about them, like Rampart, whoever, pretty early on, so. Yeah, if they did, yeah, you're absolutely right, which is why I'm pretty excited to see what happens with the definitely happening 100% Rex and Echo show. If it is a clone rebellion, clone uprising show that explains why we don't have clones in the Empire anymore, at least not many. That's going to be pretty interesting for sure. But yeah, Mayday, definitely yes. Nala Se. I don't know where I can put Nala Se. I have bias because she's the reason that Fives died. But in terms of her character, I appreciate how she was pretty adamant early on about keeping Omega with her. But then she realized after Fennec failed the second time to get her, that Omega was being, protected by Clone Force 99. Then she's, okay, she'll be fine with them. I appreciate that character growth for her. And then at that point, like, she doesn't want Omega around her anymore. She wants her just as far away as possible, because then she's brought to Tantiss. She knows that Omega should not be on Tantiss because of what will happen if they discover her blood, discover the M count matching in her blood. Yeah, she doesn't really do anything wrong in the show specifically, worst being that she indirectly kills Tanwi. You're right, yeah. I don't know if she would have said, like, would she have contacted Fennec and said, hey, there's going to be a Kaminoan that shows up. You're going to have to kill her before she can get Omega. She probably did do that. But yeah, I mean, I could probably say that Nala Se is around here in B, probably. Probably above Gregor, maybe. Above or below Gregor is my call here. We'll go above for right now. Just for now. Yeah. Yeah, and then also, yeah, her at the end, when it's Rampart who has her at gunpoint, the same guy who was responsible for destroying her home, destroying everything that she had built and cared for and everything. If the Kaminoans do care about anything other than their property, or their own people or whatever it may be, she's the one to get revenge. Excuse me. She's the one to get revenge on Rampart for doing that by blowing him up. I think that's very poetic, right? Very, very George Lucas to do that. Omega didn't have any reaction to Nalice's death, or she just forgot. Yeah. I think, I don't know if it was like perfectly relayed there, but I imagine Omega sort of had this idea in the back of her mind that when Nalice said, like, okay, I'm going to go destroy the databanks and you stay with your brothers because that's where you belong, right? I wonder if in the back of her mind, Omega thought, okay, this is probably going to be the last time I see Nalice. I'm not going to show that much emotion towards her because of who she is, but at the same time, I imagine that she might have that idea in the back of her mind, maybe, but it's not really relayed. She died the way she lived, messing up everyone else's work. Absolutely. Fives, he was right there. He almost got it, but she just had to drug him, and then that messed it up. But yeah. No, I think Nalice above Gregor is definitely fair. If I was doing it, like I said before, how I'm not, where it's like I put, Commander Fox and General Krell and Sid, if I put them all in that bottom tier with their names on it, Nalice might get her own tier with what she did to Fives if I was doing it off of that. But no, judging it off of the character of the show, how she developed or lack thereof, yeah, I think B above Gregor and these other characters is fair. Nemec is good. I like how he kind of got more of a role briefly in season 3, where he's kind of the, I guess, like, technician, you could say. Well, Echo is kind of the technician of the group, but he's, trying to crack the what is he trying to crack? When Rex and Howser are in the room and he's like on the data pad, he was doing something there. I can't remember what he was doing. He was trying to crack into something. He was figuring out the data puck. That's right, with Omega. That's right. That's what he was doing. So yeah, him getting that sort of role that's kind of like a fixer type role, if it was like Delta Squad, I think that's pretty cool. I like how he got that. And then, hey, that she kills 5, yeah. Yeah, Nemec, yeah, he's cool. Yeah, he's got really nice armor. I love the 41st camo armor that they've got going on. Very Commander Gree. Yeah, because how was it that he died? He died once they got away from the Spire. It was when CX2 shot him. Yeah, it was like, oh my gosh, Batcher is, starting to lick him. It's all going to be nice and good. And then he just gets shot. But yeah, no, I like how he sort of, again, he had that sort of role as the fixer of the group. And then he actually, I think his voice changed. Because when we first see him here in Tipping Point, he's got like a deeper voice where he's like, where were you taking these clones? And then in the next time we see him in Infiltration, he's kind of got like a lighter voice closer to Gregor. It's like kind of like a voice cracky type voice, not exactly Gregor's, but kind of close. So it's interesting. I wonder why that changed. Nemec and Fireball always felt like the Cyclones that managed to survive a few episodes, unlike Cody and Mayday's duos. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they sort of had this different appeal to them. I guess that armor sort of set that in, right? Where it's like, okay, these guys have been through it, even though it is just 41st armor. They've got that sort of like personalized look to it. And then you see Fireball, he's like dodging and rolling, and he's shooting the stormtroopers. Very good stuff. But yeah, Nemec, I like Nemec. I don't think there's too much to him besides what I said, but the fact they introduced so many clone rebels and didn't too much just makes you think there'll be a Clone Rebellion show even more. Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, Howser lived We still have to figure out what happened with Wolf. Cody's still kind of a big lingering question. Echo's still alive. Emery is still alive. We got to figure out what happens with all these people and where does it all go wrong, right? And I imagine that there are more clones out there beyond who was just on Teth. Because that's what Echo had said to Hunter in season 2. It's like, Rex and I have set up a network and some of them are in hiding and all that. Dee switched to a lighter voice for Nemec in the episode and he said, we don't have time. Come on. Yeah, exactly, right? I think of immediately when he shows Rex the data puck or the bounty puck, whatever, that has Omega on it, and Senator Singh on it. It's like kind of like a Gray is like, I can't think of the exact words that he said. It was like, there was someone else on that list. It was kind of a lighter voice for him there. I'm sorry. It just clicked with me. We don't have time. Come on, when they're getting away from the Gozanti. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So maybe he was just putting on his Batman voice when he's interrogating the officer. Maybe that's what he was doing. Yeah, Nemec, would it be fair to put him above AZ? Maybe? I'll put him below Ventress, I think. That seems fair. Because, yeah, I don't really see like a side character like that. Even though, like, technically these guys are all, side characters. I don't know if I could do that, but nah. Yeah, I'll just keep that as it is. I think Nemec below Ventress works. Yeah, now we have Omega on the list, so we're going to hold off on these 4. The Emperor. Oh, man. Whenever he makes his appearance, it is always you gotta be locked into the scene. You gotta be paying attention to what he's saying, because everything that he says in this show for his 2 appearances that he makes, technically 3 if you count the beginning with the Revenge of the Sith recreation. He adds so much to his scene. I love that it's Ian McDiarmid doing it. I love Sam Witwer. I love his Palpatine voice, but the fact that they got Ian to do the voice is really awesome. And yeah, I think his scenes when he shows up in the Senate is such a foreboding scene for, like Echo says. I think it's Echo that says, the fate of all clones has been sealed. It's like, yep, when the Emperor shows up, things are going to change. And this is sort of an out-of-universe thing. I think I said it when, excuse me. I think I said it when I was ranking the Truth and Consequences. But hearing Ian McDiarmid's voice say these names of characters that are not from the movies, where he's like, my thanks to Senator Chuchi for exposing a rogue element in our ranks. Like, that's really cool. Like, him saying Senator Chuchi's voice is really cool, and I don't know why that's really cool to me. It's just, I think I said it then too during the last tier ranking, but like for me, animation has always been like one of, if not the best parts about Star Wars, so I don't need that validation of hearing a live action voice actor say an animated character's name. But there's just something about there where I'm like, wow, this is validation right here. And then him saying Admiral Rampart's name with such disgust as well. Admiral Rampart will face justice for his crimes. It's like, wow, this is awesome. Yeah, gotta love Palpatine. Show brought back classic Palpatine after Kenobi and it. Yeah. Oh yeah, Tales of the Jedi. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I loved his. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll do a Tales of the Jedi thing, or Tales in general ranking or something where I'll get more into it. But seeing Palpatine everything is now falling into motion type area that would be in Attack of the Clones, just seeing him being the original puppet master that he was in that episode with Dooku is really awesome. But yeah, and then also Rebels as well, right? Because he showed up there at the finale, or towards the finale. Well, actually, yeah, in the finale, and then the episode when Ezra is in the World Between Worlds. But yeah, no, yeah, just having Ian in the studio voicing this character is amazing. So yeah, him being the one to force the defense recruitment bill forward, and then the stuff with Project Necromancer, just him being so dependent on Hemlock's success is a really interesting dynamic, where Hemlock's, briefing him on all the stuff, and then showing him the progress with Project Necromancer in that spooky Sith room with the pods in there. And then he's basically telling Rampart that, or not Rampart, I'm sorry, Hemlock. Did I say Rampart like a few times? Hemlock. He's talking with Hemlock, and he's basically just saying like, hey man, you've got a blank check for whatever you need. This is the most important thing in our empire right now. Not Project Stardust, not, the defense recruitment bill, not any of that. It's this. So yeah, I love that. And I know I talk about it with Scorch a little bit, where we're just seeing Scorch walking besides the Emperor is a really cool thing. That even though I know people don't like Scorch in this show, he's a waste of the character. The legend side of him's been ruined. Whatever. I don't personally care, but just seeing Scorch, this character that I love from Republic Commando, walking alongside the Emperor and Dr. Hemlock and Nala Se inside Mount Tantiss, it's like, wow, this is cool. This is really cool. I wonder if Palpatine's Clone Wars voice actor still being alive would have affected if Ian would come back or not. I agree. You know what? That's a great point. I think if Ian Abercrombie was still alive, it would probably be him. Obviously, that's so hard to say because that was, over 10 years ago. But if he was, I think there's a pretty good chance that would have been him doing the voice. But it all depends on what they do with the other stuff, right? Because like you said, it's like, where like Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? If that show was going to be made, would have been, Ian coming back to do it, and Tales of the Jedi as well. Yeah. Honestly, didn't know who Scorch was until people started talking about him, and now I know what squad and game it was all because people hate him dying. Yeah, no, that's definitely the thing, right? It's, Scorch, not everybody has this connection to him, and I think when people made that, I'll just go ahead and we'll do the Emperor right now. I'll put the Emperor at the bottom of A. We'll just talk about Scorch right now. I think they use that to their benefit because they knew that people would be interested when they see that Scorch is in this show, for the people that loved Republic Commando and the novels and all that. But there's also going to be a pretty significant chunk of the audience that has no experience with that stuff, with that material. And it's important not to lean too much into that side of things without having to explain all of it. I think having Scorch just show up in the Empire when anyone can be anywhere, like Wolf, right? Like from the trailer, for anyone that saw the trailer, we knew Wolf was going to be in the show. But for people that didn't, it's like, oh my gosh, this is Wolf. He's still with the Empire. So Scorch is kind of in that same boat, where it's like, we don't know if all of Delta Squad are still in the Empire, if Boss Fixer and Scorch are in, if Sev is dead or gone or whatever he is. So, and with this show being not about Delta Squad, but being a potential bridge between that story being explained and between this group of clones who are trying to survive in this rapidly changing galaxy, I think having Scorch be that character in there is a really nice touch. What's funny is that Scorch was clearly being a given role, a bigger role in the show because of his fan base, considering he was barely there in season 1 and 2, even when Hemlock was present. Yeah, I think, with season 1, it was very much just like whoa, it's a cameo. Like when the elevator door opens and he's there and he turns around. And then him sort of having a prominent move set against Tech and Gregor and all that when he's flipping around and jumping over the elevator and stuff. That was cool. And then it was like, okay, if we never see Scorch again after that, that'd be fine, probably. At the time of season 1. But then season 2, when it's like, okay, Scorch is going to have more. That's really exciting. That's interesting. And then he's sort of Hemlock's personal assassin or whatever he is. And then he's, the one that captures Omega. And then it's like, okay, Scorch is probably being primed for more. And then in season 3, he is pretty much the Captain Hadley of Tantiss, which is cool. So yeah, I think I agree in that, yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, this is Scorch. And they're like, oh wow, lots of people actually know Scorch. Okay, we can maybe do a little bit more with him. So yeah, but no, I really appreciated Scorch's role in this show. Again, I made 3 videos about him explaining why I think it's cool. But I have no problem retreading that water where, I think his role here works because of who he is and who he was before, where there are so many clips you can find in Republic Commando where he's just a goofball, right? He's like the Gregor of Delta Squad. He loves explode. He's like the Wrecker and Gregor mix in Delta Squad, right? Where, he's the goofball. He loves explosions and he loves bantering with the rest of his team. Hey, Sev, how many kills you got today, Psycho? More than you, wise guy. It's like he's got all kinds of fun little connections with each member of the squad. And then you take all of those fun, excitable traits and strip them all away and make him this soulless machine in the cog of the Empire. That just works for me. I love that. That's such a dark twist. And lots of people in the comments of those Scorch videos were saying, Fixer probably would have been a better fit. And I think if it was already established with Fixer, him being that character where he's sort of the by the book, follow the rules, follow the orders character, it would have been more seamless of a transition, but I don't think it would have had that same effect that Scorch did. Because again, Scorch is such a 180 of what he was before. They killed him off, unfortunately, so he won't be doing anything again, probably. Yeah, I mean, I know there is that thing where it's like when Tarkin is on Tantiss, when there's that shot where it's like, oh my gosh, that's Scorch in the background. I went back and I looked at that shot, and there's like 3 other commandos in that same shot that look like Scorch that have the same armor. So that was just an animation error, unfortunately. But I think the idea that he could have survived that fall is a fun one. But yeah, until we see it, I won't believe it. But maybe in that Clone Rebellion show that is totally happening. If the rest of Delta Squad show up in that show, and they're like, hey, these rogue clones are responsible for our teammate dying, so we're gonna go after them. I think that would be cool. And then you have that dynamic change where Palpatine goes, okay, the clones are obsolete, we don't need them anymore. And then Delta Squad are forced into that precarious situation where they need to work with the same clones that got their brother killed. I think that might be a fun little dynamic. That's just theorizing. That's just theorizing on my end, but that could be a fun thing to explore in the future. Yeah. Love finding characters and he fits that. Yeah, absolutely. I believe Scorch was only picked because his armor is gray, so it fit the Imperial scheme more. Yeah, having that like black and yellow sort of look that just fits in with everything else. That just works. Having Fixer with his green armor, Boss with his orange armor, Sev with his red paint that looks like blood splatter all over him. None of those would have fit the that mold, that angular. Because you see Scorch's stuff right here. It's very angular. And very it's not very abstract, it's very angular and very sharp. So yeah, that just works. As I said in the past, Scorch was used because his armor was the Empire color scheme. Yeah, Boss and Fixer would require, confirmation. Sev, couldn't keep his blood at all. Yeah, Scorch is duplicated. Yep, he was pulling some kind of trick there to duplicate Mount Tantiss. You never know. They could have been cloning Scorch the whole time. But yeah, no, Scorch, I really like, this is sort of the make or break for me, right? I'm definitely not putting Scorch up here, I don't think. Even though I really like his role in this show, I can't justify him going up here. What doesn't kill me makes me multiply. That's exactly it. You guys shot me, you sent me off the railing. That didn't kill me, I'm just coming back with more. I can't put him above any of these. Well, I gotta put him above Jax because he actually stunned Jax now. Man, can I put Scorch above Ventress? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put Scorch above Ventress and the operatives. I think that might be a fair placement for him. Yeah, because I can't really justify putting him above any of these characters because he just didn't have that development. And it's never really, the answer is never really given if Scorch underwent the same process that the operatives did. Even though that Clone Trooper Vic, when they're in the detention blocking, says Hemlock takes the clones that are deemed useful to put them through conditioning. I don't know if that implies that Scorch did, but I think it's more than likely that he went through the same process. Because Hemlock needed a clone that he could trust, that he knew was efficient, and Scorch was that guy. Alright, so now we can go ahead and continue with this here. And Fee, I think Fee is great. She's a really fun character. Obviously, her connection with Tech is so much fun. It's heartbreaking that going back and watching the summit again and seeing them interact, that would be the last time that they see each other. That's just heartbreaking. I wish there was more with Fee after that. We do get to see her quite a few times after that, or a few times anyway. But I wish that there was something more, even though I get what her personality is, right? She's a pirate, and she's, very much out for herself most of the time. And then, she's out for the adventure and the excitement of it all. But maybe having a moment of reflection maybe with Tech, aside from that one line, those two lines where it's, Tech's brain was always the data bank, and then the Tech told me about your sparkling personality. Brown eyes or goggles is the question. Honestly, I don't know. I think I like goggles because it's just funnier for me when Sid says it, like that what we said earlier. What was that, goggles? I love that. Brown eyes hits home more, I feel like, for what that means for Fee and Tech. But I think for humor factor, goggles has got to be it for me. Yeah, Fee is really cool. I really like Fee. Yeah, brown eyes, yeah. Just that emotional connection, that level that she has with Tech is very special. I think I can put Fee above Cut, maybe. I think I'll put Fee above Sid. I feel like she plays a very important role in how the Batch are able to change their perception of what it means to be a survivor, right? Because with in Pabu, right, in the beginning when they're doing that mission with Fee, and Fee's just like, hey, listen, guys, you don't need to listen to Sid all the time. I can show you guys a place where you can lay low for a while. And her sort of being this, the one to really push the domino when it comes to them being able to change things forever in their life. I think it's very important. So yeah, Fee and Cut are pretty much neck and neck for me. I'll put Fee at the top of B right now. Fee for B. Because yeah, these two characters are actually pretty vital to how the Batch operate going forward, right? Because Cut is the one that lets Hunter know, like, hey, listen, with this kid, it's that line that he says, battling droids was, very easy compared to raising a child. So yeah, and then so him being the one to change the perspective of Hunter for how to raise Omega, and that sort of influences how the rest of the squad raise Omega, and then Fee sort of being the one to change their entire perception on how to survive in this galaxy. I think that's a neat little connection between the two. So yeah, I think Fee at the top of B is a solid fit. Senator Chuchi. It was really great seeing her again. I'm just going to put her right here for right now so I can use my hands to talk. Even though you can't see me, I'm just using my hands. Pantomiming. I love that Chuchi was this big reason as to why clones we're getting the focus, right? Where the defense recruitment bill is going through, clone rights are kind of a big lingering question mark over everyone's heads. You have Chuchi and Bail Organa, who are fighting so that clones get the support that they need once they're forced into retirement. I love that scene when they're in 79s and she's, you guys need to start giving me a list of things that you need once you're, forced to retire. And that one clone is, we're soldiers, ma'am. We were never taught to think about that. And she says, well, it's time you did. I love that scene so much. And then her connecting with Slip and trying to figure out what's going on with the Rampart stuff, with that controversy. And I love her sort of mental chess that she plays with Rampart in his office, where Rampart is, that tragedy that happened on Kamino. She's like, it's more than a tragedy. Like, a whole civilization was just wiped out. It's like, that's more than a tragedy. And he's like, oh, yes, but we must move on. And it's easier to do that for some than others. So yeah, I love Senator Chuchi's role in this show, and then her being sort of an early version of building the rebellion. Because we know she interacts with Bail quite a bit. But we don't know exactly how involved she was in the Delegation of 2000 type thing. Was she very involved with Mon Mothma and them with the early buildings, or was she just doing this on her own? I feel like she was probably just doing it on her own, with the help of Avi Singh later on. Excuse me. But yeah, no, Chuchi, I gotta put, oh man, I don't know. S tier for helping clones, yeah. Feel so bad for Slip, he was so close to escaping, yeah. Yeah, no, Slip was such a, yeah, we'll get to him soon, but yeah, Slip, just a tragedy. More than a tragedy. I think I'll put Chuchi at the bottom of A. I think for just how much he's pushing for it, right? She is determined to make this work. And even when things go wrong and Palpatine twists the actions of Rampart to blaming clones as well, she doesn't stop. She keeps going and she keeps fighting for them. So I think that's really cool. So yeah. She could have had Organa's support behind the scenes. Yeah, it's never indicated she's in cahoots with Mon Mothma or any other senators. Yeah. I think, yeah, it's the scene when they're walking in like that alleyway, right? And Organa's, sort of giving her the idea that, Tipoca City and all the other cities, they were built to be submersible. And now a storm just wipes them out. So I wasn't really sure off of that if they don't really interact too much in talking about the formation of the rebellion, right? But yeah, I definitely think that she had a pretty good relationship with Organa when it comes to that. But yeah, the other ones, yeah, like you said, it's never really confirmed. But yeah, no, I think Chuchi belongs at the bottom of A. Saw Gerrera. Now, if I was, again, ranking this as if I'd put Krell and Commander Fox in the bottom tier, Gerrera would be right down here. Because he's responsible for Tech dying. But I think for Saw's character, for being this jaded, veteran, or I guess kind of veteran, he was only really fighting the Separatists for just a few years at that point. But he's been through a lot. He lost his sister during the fight for Onderon. And then the Empire just comes in and starts kicking out all the Republic fighters. And then him being so committed to the cause, to doing whatever it takes to eradicate whoever he can, which is a theme that would continue onward for a long, long time. I think Saw is pretty solid when it comes to what his standing is. And like, yeah, he doesn't really grow much as a character, especially in this show. But when it comes to, something like Rogue One or Rebels or whatever, we get more of that. But just for this show, I like what he does. Let's see. He's an S for me. I loved him in Clone Wars and Rebels, actually just every time he's on screen, but he's so narrow-minded, yeah. But I feel like yes, that's a character flaw that he has, but it definitely enhances whatever the other characters are going through, because it kind of highlights what they should be doing, right? When you look at characters like Ezra and Sabine later on, where they interact with Saw, it's like, oh yeah, it's Saw Gerrera, let's go, he's a war hero, And then they see what he's really like, and they get to experience it firsthand, what he's all about. That sort of highlights for them, like, okay, wait a second, you're doing things a lot different than we should be. That's probably the best showcase for fans of what Saw Gerrera's actions were like. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because Saw is, it's making ends meet when it comes to results, right? Even though Hunter points out his flaw where Tech. Tech is the one that points out the flaw. It's like, did you ever consider that taking out these officers will not really delay things and they'll just have their numbers replenished? And he's like, oh, okay, but it's a start. I think Saw, I think he's definitely in B. Oh, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest. Yeah. Saw, I remember watching an essay on Saw earlier today. It pointed out that Saw his leader on Underworld make the mistake of not choosing a side. Thought he was brilliant doing so. Yeah, that's absolutely right, because Saw, he looks at this area and he sees that, okay, the king, he saw the separatists were coming in to take over. I was like, okay, they're not going to do anything bad to us, but then he learns pretty quickly that's not the case. It's a very, very valid point. Bet Crosshair and the rest of the batch regret not killing Saw at the start now. Yeah, I don't know if they really think about it like that. I don't know if they would point the blame to Saw, because yes, it was his explosion that shorted out the generator. But I feel like in the moment or even after that, they don't really think like, oh, Saw Gerrera, because everything happened so fast, right? They never really got a chance to think about it. Where it's, okay, now Omega's taken. And now she's gone, and we have to think about her. So I don't even know if they got a break to think about what Saw had done. I think I'll put Saw above Nala Se, and just below Sid. I think that's a pretty good spot for him. A direct case of a character learning the wrong lesson that cost him intelligence. Yeah, exactly, right? Like at the very end is when he realizes, oh, wait a second, I've been playing this game of chess wrong the whole time. Yeah, exactly. It's right when the Death Star just turns up. It's like, oh, wait a minute. All right, Dr. Scalder. I feel like some people don't connect that she was actually the one that we saw at the end of season 1 when Nala Se showed up there. Because I remember I saw some reactions to the show, and they're like, oh, who's this Dr. Scalder character? I've never seen her before until we get introduced to the Vault. She's actually around for quite a while in the whole Tantiss side of the story. I don't think she does. I can't actually... So Hemlock, right, when they show up at the Vault, after she wakes back up and she's all, messed up, Hemlock says to Emery that, Dr. Scalder, underestimated the kids and then Omega escaped. And then Hemlock says she will be dealt with. I don't know if he's talking about Scalder or Omega. Like, is he saying that Scalder is going to be punished, like she's going to be dealt with? Or is Omega escaping going to be dealt with? I'm not really sure what the implication was there. It might have been who. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, right, because she was the first person that we see in the show that has the Kaminoan patch on there, right? So that I could see that being when people are like, oh wow, okay, is she connected to that later on? And is she the mother of Dr. Pershing? Yeah, maybe. See, I don't know if, I'm not sure, but it could be, she will be dealt with. She's going to be killed off screen. I imagine she probably was after Tarkin showed up, where he's like, okay, you guys failed, you're done. Scalder, I think I'll put her about there. I think it's fair to put her above Cade. Because these characters, like, I'm putting Masamita above. I'm putting Masamita above Cade. Maybe, above Bragg for sure. Um, anyway, yeah, so I think it's fair because these characters, they have such short time to really do anything that really develops. Cade is probably the biggest example. She doesn't. Dr. Scholar doesn't develop, but I think her being so persistent and like, okay, these kids are troublemakers, and we need to, keep a close eye on them, and her being, against Omega pretty much from the start. I think that's a fun little dynamic to have, and then she eventually, gets knocked out. So yeah, I think Scalder probably there. Okay. Darn. Oh my gosh. No, I thought it was 1 and 2 were the only names I forgot. I forgot the names of Cut's kids. One of them is Jack, right? Is that the... Yeah, that's him, right? I think this one is Jack. Oh no, I can't remember the girl's name. No. Is it Lyra? Is Lyra her name? Because I'm trying to think of when Wrecker shows up. In the, when he walks into the house, he's like, Lyra, Jack, right? Is that what he says? Uncle Wrecker. Ah, man. Darn. I'll just say her name is Lyra for right now. They're just great. I think I like them more than, or I appreciate what their character had more than or maybe not. No, above Scorch, I think. No, that's not right because Ventress is here. Above Nemec. I'll put both of them there. Yeah, I think it's cool how they, they've grown up so much since the Clone Wars, even though it's only just been a few years. But, them, teaching Omega how to play catch, and sort of being, Lyra, I think is her name, being the responsible one of the group. I'm pretty sure that's what she was before, because she's the older one. In Clone Wars, she was more the responsible one, I think. And then in the show as well, she's very much the more responsible one. But even Jack, he's, when the ball goes beyond the fence, he's like, oh, sorry, off limits. Maybe Nemec's above them. It's so hard to justify with so many characters in the show. No, I think I'll keep them above Nemec. And then them being so welcoming of Omega, like, they don't even know who she is, but they know that she's a shy kid, and they kind of try to break her out of her shell so early on. I think that's a very important lesson, or not lesson, but it's an important moment for Omega, getting to bond with kids, because then that sort of influences how she interacts with Hera later on. Hera's definitely in this list, right? Okay, yeah, she is. Shea, that's what it is. Oh, why was I thinking Lyra? Shea, that's what it is. Shea, Jack. Yes, you're right. Thank you for that. Shea and Jack. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I love how they interact with Omega, and just how it's just more of that family dynamic that they have with Cut and Sue. It's very awesome stuff. But yeah, there we go. All right, Slip. Slip is great. Really love Slip. Obviously he's above Cade, well above Cade, so he's well above the C tier. He's probably an A tier, right? I think he's probably just before Chuchi. I think, yeah, him being at odds with Cade at first when Cade tells him that, he sent that email to Rampart. He's like, what are you talking about, man? Rampart's dangerous. You can't just do that. But then he's sort of warped into this whole thing. Sort of, not by accident, but he's sort of forced into it because it's him and Cade are standing there by the speeders. And then it's, the operative is after him now, even though he wasn't the one who was responsible, but he's involved. Slip adds depth to Rampart with them ever actually being in the same room. Yeah, you're right, yeah. Unless he was that one clone that reported Kamino's destruction. I think I saw a theory about that. It was either Slip or Cade, where it's like, oh, that was the sad clone that told Rampart that Taboka City had been destroyed. That's a fun theory to think. But yeah, no, I really like Slip, how he grows as a character, even well beyond after Cade, right? Because he's in fear of the Empire, and he's still very fearful of what Rampart and the operative and them can do to him. But he's now committed to this mission of getting the information to Chuchi, to someone he believes he can trust, and will use that information good, or use that information well to put Rampart in his place. And then relaying that information about the backup file on the Venator. He's the one to pass the torch along to Senator Chuchi. Cade passed the torch to Slip, and Slip passed the torch to Chuchi. That's all great. And then unfortunately he meets his end just before Rex can save him. I wonder how he knew about Rex. It had to have been after the stuff that happened on Kamino. Because when he contacts him and he says, "I've heard that you can help me." I wonder, maybe Cade was in contact with him at some point. I think the question just is, how do clones get in contact with Rex, or does Rex contact them? But yeah, no, I think Slip is definitely an A-tier character for sure. Great episode involving him, his delirious state as he's trying to get the intel out. Tarkin solid. Him saying he back up the logs makes it clear how competent yeah, right, having the logs wipes, yeah, because he had to have known, or at least someone would have told, or like Hemlock, probably not Hemlock, but maybe Tarkin would have said, like, be sure to get rid of that, because if that ever gets out, we're done for, or you're done for, moreover. So him making a backup of that, just doing that right under Rampart's nose, even though Rampart was pretty thorough, because there was the report, Clone Force 99 died when the fall of Tupoka City happened. Tarkin was a pretty vital shadow hand in this story. I feel like A seems fair. I feel like probably below Slip, for right now. I appreciate, because I remember when the first trailer came out, and Tarkin was really prominent in that trailer, and I remember thinking, okay, this is going to be kind of like Rebels Season 1, where like Tarkin's around for a little bit, and this is going to be like a fun little adventure that's, fun little adventure about these clones that are, doing these random things in the galaxy, but then that changed so much very quickly. But Tarkin was still sort of that idea, to me, where it's like, okay, yeah, it's a fun little adventure because Tarkin is that well-known Imperial that you can just slot into any show and he'll just fit there. But then he left pretty early on, and then Rampart took over, which I thought was a great choice, because Tarkin is sort of the, how can I say this? Tarkin is sort of, not passing the torch, but like, he's the one to like give the rub to Rampart, right? Because you have Tarkin, who is this super high up Imperial officer, and then you have Rampart, who is a new character in this show, and then having these two characters interact is like, okay, wow, Rampart's an important character as well, because he's interacting with one of the most important officers ever. So he's sort of like, gets Rampart he gets his foot in the door, and then allows Rampart to take over from there. So I think having Tarkin be in that role was a good choice. I think Tarkin was in the show the first time we saw him. Yeah, exactly, right? I love that exchange. It's another instance where I think Hemlock interacting with officers is really cool, like Rampart, where Tarkin's like, hey, bud, I hear things are not really working out here in Tantiss. And Hemlock's like, no, it's fine. And then Tarkin's like, okay, are you sure you don't need my help? And Hemlock's like, no, I just need the money. It's like, okay, well, if you start failing, you're going to be in trouble. It's like, he doesn't even know what failure looks like. He's just saying what he always says because he's, in his mind, he's programmed to say that. He's not really programmed, but that's just what he does. He threatens people with empty threats, and he has no idea what actual progress looks like. And And then, yeah, and then the stuff at the summit where Hemlock is briefing everyone on what's going on, and he's informing Tarkin about this plan and what to do with the clones because he's so in the dark. So yeah, I think that's great. I think having Tarkin in this strange place where he doesn't really know how to respond to situations is fun. Only when things have actually failed and he can see visually what failure looks like in the destruction of Tantiss, that, okay, this failed, let's do Stardust. So yeah, I love that. And yeah, I love Tarkin's presence in the season 2 finale, as brief as it is. Being, the one behind the summit on Eriadu. I love going to Eriadu. And then, yeah, him, sort of directing attention to people with Hemlock's plan. Okay, now Commander Krennic, tell us about Project Stardust. I love how he's sort of being that top Imperial officer who directs the traffic there. One thing I remember being pointed out was that he ordered the funding to be shifted to Stardust, only to lose faith in that project by the time of Rebels. Yeah, right? Where it's like, yeah, things are starting to look like they're going wrong. And then he's like, okay, never mind. And then, all right, what's that? Oh, your project's being, bad? Okay, let's change the funding to this one. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back in. Welcome back. I trust you you see these rankings here since you left. But yeah, no, I think Tarkin being right about here, just for the presence that he has, I might actually even put him above Slip. Just for that overarching presence that he has. And then at the end, when he's the one to come in with the Imperial Star Destroyer, which is the first time we've seen the ISD in this animation, it was unbelievably cool. It's like, okay, only Tarkin can show up with that much style, to where it's like a jaw-dropping moment. I think a lot of people didn't really click with them that was the first time seeing the Star Destroyer, at least from reactions that I had seen. But that being the first time is really cool. Like the moment where Tarkin looks like he's a genuine loss for the first time when his proclaimed super safe home base gets attacked with his arrogance cracks for the first time we've ever seen. Yeah, right? Because he's either in the dark and he doesn't really know like what's going on, so he's not directly involved. But if if it's a project that he's taken the mantle or he's taken the reins from a guy like Krennic, and then it starts to show, he's like, man. Because, like, you have guys like Admiral Mahdi who are just so unbelievably faithful towards this project, who just believe that it's the number one power in the universe. And even Tarkin at this point is sort of, he's not 50-50, but, he knows its potential, but he's seen the flaws. Yay, Necromancer. No, wait, yay, Stardust. No, wait, yay, TIE Defender. Oh, he's got it. Yay, Stardust. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. He just jumps around to all these different projects when things start to ebb and flow. Yeah, love the Star Destroyer. Yeah, it's so great. But yeah, no, I think Tarkin right about here. I think that's a pretty fair assessment of his place. Oh my, we have 5 members of the batch building up, but we got to go with Captain Wilco. Wilco is awesome. I love Wilco. I made a whole video about him because of how much I love Captain Wilco. I love how he's just the most competent clone we've pretty much ever seen in the Empire, for sure. Definitely one of the most competent clones we've seen on screen, probably ever. He knows all the ins and outs of the situation, and he knows how to counteract all these problems that come up, right? And it goes back to Mayday, where it's, the jaded clone who's been through it. He's a combat trooper babysitting cargo shipments, right? That's exactly what Wilco is as well, but Wilco hasn't reached that point yet. He's still the soldier that, like, okay, yep, this is just another mission. And then it's kind of like in Battlefront 2, when the narrator says, and it's like, we almost started getting really excited when a breakout happened in the detention block. And that's kind of what, like, Wilco's situation here is. It's like, oh, I started getting excited once I saw Clone Force 99 were attacking us, because then I got to be really cool. But yeah, he's awesome. Like, yeah, it's all right. Clone Force 99 are here, or infiltrators are here, right? It's like, okay, launch the ship. Oh, what's that? People are on the ship. Okay, launch the escape pods. Oh, wait, maybe they escaped in one of the cargo containers? Okay, well, we know that there were 50 of them, so find all 50. Okay, we know that 2 of them are in the ruins of the city. Do a radial sweep. They can't hide forever in this terrain. Yeah, it's just amazing. It's so good how he's able to just counteract everything. Yeah, he walks into a room and just says, "Sit rep." Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. And then, he has the gunships flying around looking as well. It's just, yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, Wilco never made it to Empire Hate Face. He just got taken out. Yeah, exactly. To cover up another Imperial's tracks. You're exactly right, because it's the Rampart problem, where he just thinks he's so indispensable, but no one is, except this guy right here that finds himself in A tier. Yeah, no, it's incredible. I love how much how competent he is until he meets the incompetent. At least kinda. Rampart is competent just to an extent. Yeah, about the hair, right? Yeah, there are quite a few shots where you can see Wilco's hair because it's so tall. I mean, it's fun that that Wilco and Wolf are side by side, so you can kind of see. I'll zoom in a little bit more here. Wilco's hair noticeably taller by a few centimeters than Wolf, and that actually impacts how his character model looks in the episode, because you could see in a few instances it's poking out. That's really fun. Yeah, no, Wilco absolutely wins. Like, yeah, Clone Force 99 they live and they escape, but Wilco definitely won because they got all the cargo back. The infiltrators were driven off. They might not have been killed, but they were driven off, and there were, very minimal casualties. I think there were a few deaths there when Tech, shoots up the gunship. But beyond that, not very many. So yeah, definitely a win for Wilco for sure, and with good reason. I wonder how he would have been in the war. I imagine that he was a very good tactician. But yeah, Wilco, for the brief time that we see him, I think he's probably about here. I think he's real good. Or when Wrecker becomes a tank. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he knows to run away. Yeah, the Empire still saw it as a failure just because they got slightly delayed on the final delivery. Yeah, like Rampart, he's like, "Oh, I'm not here because of your failure." It's like, dude, I was getting the cargo out. Have some patience, please. I know we follow a schedule, but come on now. Stun Blast, yay, until Wrecker gets hold of an explosive. Yeah, I don't know if he ever actually killed anyone. I know he killed the V-Wing pilot, that's for sure. I don't know if he killed any of the actual troopers on the ground, because it kind of looked like a lot of them were just hurt. Like when Wilco was, like, besides that one that was in pain. Yeah, that V-Wing pilot did not live. But yeah, no, I think Wilco, just below Gregor, for what he's able to do in those 2 episodes is incredible. So yeah, I think it's a very solid place for him. All right, Commander Wolfen, how many do we have left? We've ranked quite a few. A lot of them are in B. We still have quite a few left. I know quite a few of these characters will be able to just blitz through, like Tonwi and Depablava. Wrecker may not have a high kill count, but Tech got a gunship. Yeah, right? It's like, okay, you guys are so adamant about not killing clones, and then here you go. But no, I mean, what else can you do in that situation? Wolf, oh my goodness, Wolf is an A tier for me. I don't even, like, there's just something incredible about his role in that episode. I love that he got, like, that big, like, surprise reveal thing at the end of Infiltration. That was really awesome. Wrecker mounts a gun on the gunship. Yeah, right. Yeah, so yeah, he's shooting them down. Yeah. But yeah, Wolf just showing up, and I love Wolf and Wilco actually are very similar in this situation, right? Where they are just uber competent, very tactical commanders. Where, even though like the infiltration or the mission on Teth wasn't that. I don't know, what's the word? It's like, it's not a very difficult situation to find out or figure out, because they're on a giant spire that has a staircase going down So the only logical answer is to take your troops and go below them to cut them off as they're coming down. But just what Wolf does, where, you know, he divides his troops. He has one team stay on the top just in case they come back. His other team goes to the bottom. I think that's just, yeah, it's just, it goes to show how good Wolf is. And it goes to show what the stormtroopers wouldn't do, right? Like when the operative goes after the squad on his own. He's like, the stormtrooper's like, sir, the operative's gone in pursuit. You know, should I pursue? He's like, no, man, whatever. Forget about that guy. Yeah, some of the final regs in the Empire, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Wolf is, yeah, he's incredible. I love what he does in this show. Is Hilo the only named generic commando this entire show? You might be right. Yeah, I don't think anyone else actually gets a name or a number. Yeah, I think so. I think it's just Hilo. Not only that, he gets a rank too, which is cool. He gets Lieutenant Hilo. That's pretty awesome. Good for him. Another character that's missing on this list, but I mean, that's fine. But yeah, no, I think Wolf, yeah, and then that end piece there where, or not the end. I mean, I'll go back at the beginning when they first land on Teth, and you know he immediately identifies. It's not like it is hard to identify, but he's, you know, wait a minute, these aren't insurgents, they're clones. What's going on here? And he's questioning the situation. But then when the operative shows up, he's sort of back to the mission where they're after Omega. And then him just being at odds with the operative the whole time, with CX2, I should say. Being at odds with him the whole time, just being like so fed up with the guy. And then at the way end with the standoff, and then Wolf allows them to leave. Just such a powerful moment for Wolf, and I'm really excited to see what goes from there. But yeah, then Hilo is like, sir, they're traitors. Maybe, but they're still clones. We owe them that. And then they go back to recover their wounded, or not wounded, recover their dead. So, yeah. When he pops back up, I hope he has TKs in his rank. Yes, I was so blown away by that. It was such like a niche detail, but I love that they had like intermingling of the like trooper types. You had a clone commando, a bunch of like regular clones. I want to say reg because clone commandos are also regs, but you know what I mean. Just like your standard army trooper. And then TK's in there as well. I think that's awesome. I remember Dave Filoni or someone working on the show said that they didn't alter Wolf's armor because it didn't seem right. He was 100% pro Empire as himself. Yeah, that was probably someone who was working on the show. Yeah, it just made sense, right? And yeah, he's also already white and gray. Yeah, it just works with the idea, especially when you look at Commander Cody. But I love how his armor is scratched and it's all messed up, and it's like, okay, yeah, Wolf is never getting that armor replaced because look at Mayday, right? Like, you have Cody, who just had his colors taken away. You have Mayday, who pretty much lost his armor because of the weather conditions. And Wolf is sort of the middle, where his armor is starting to chip away. It's starting to get more damaged, but it's not to the point where he has to use his environment to fix it. It's that all the regs lost their... Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier with Captain Gray, where it was kind of strange how Gray had all just basic white armored clones when they could have had like 442nd battalion or whatever it may be. Yeah, I think there was a missed opportunity to show off the TK's morality by having a few in that scene with him. And yeah, okay, yeah, that's a really good point. I've tried to think about how that situation would have gone. I feel like maybe there would have been some like clone prejudice in that situation where like Wolf would have been reported to whoever was in charge, like maybe Rampart, or not Rampart, I'm sorry. I keep saying Rampart, Hemlock. Maybe he would have been reported to Hemlock. I remember when the episode titles were out, and it was after Extraction, after this moment had happened, and I see Identity Crisis as a name, and I thought that was when Wolf was going to have his like PTSD mind come in, because I wasn't sure if there was going to be another show after this. I'm very sure now. But I was thinking that Wolf was going to go through the re-education, and then someone was going to like break him out midway through the process, and that like messed up his psyche to where he's all like PTSD ridden now. I thought that was how that was going to go. I had no clue it was actually going to be about Emery and all that. I'm glad it was. But yeah, so that was interesting. If I remember correctly, one clone had sniper attire in Kashyyyk episode. Yes, you're right. Yeah, he had the binoculars and the macro binoculars or whatever, and the and like a little flashlight up top. You're right. Yeah, it was like the Battlefront Kashyyyk look. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, as much as I like the clones, the show does a disservice to TK troopers by making them into unthinking drones. After all, there are only a few moments where we get something, right? It's in the outpost when Mayday and Crosshair get back, and they kind of, or the guys are like, "Look, it's them. Follow me." And then they kind of look at each other, and then go the other way. But yeah, that's, it's just sort of a blanketed thing where all the TK troopers hate the clones because they're clones. It's sort of like what ESO1 expressed in episode 3 of the show, where he's like, they made him in charge. So yeah, yeah. I hope later on we get more, I guess, detail into if all TK troopers are actually like that. Because you got to imagine that they're not. I feel like Tyler's barely give details. Yeah, like what happened with Mando. And yeah, right? Yeah, because they didn't reveal the titles for the first season, which was a good move because it would have kind of revealed a little bit. Like Ryloth, you would have seen stuff, the name Rescue on Ryloth, and you would have also known about Kamino, because Return to Kamino and Kamino Lost are kind of big names there. So I'm glad that they didn't reveal the titles for that. But seasons 2 and 3 definitely were very vague in how they were named. Ironically, the TK troopers became less human through season 1, while the clones began growing them back. Exactly, right? You see clones like Cody and Wolf and Mayday are so human now that the inhibitor chip is wearing off, and then you have the TKs that have taken their place. Yeah. I don't know 100% on hatred, but the two who spoke with Wolf seemed somewhat respectful too. Yes, exactly, right? Like they all worked very well as a unit. Like the TK trooper, he was like, "Oh, sir, the operative, he just reports that to Wolf, and Wolf gives them all orders, and they all are acknowledging of those orders. They don't protest or anything." So yeah, that was a very interesting thing about Wolf. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, I guess, with Crosshair, right? When Crosshair's in the cell, God, open this cell. This clone thinks he outranks us. When he actually did. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, just had to readjust there, sorry. Okay, let's go back here. All right, so now we have Wrecker here, so we have the whole squad. The whole squad is here. I will still refrain from ranking them. Oh, no, another name I forgot. Was it Yara? Is Yara the name of the Wookiee elder here? I want to say it's Yara. I was very off about Shea. I was saying Lyra or whatever I was saying, so I was very off about that. So I'm probably off about Yara here, if it is Yara. But no, I think Yara's good as a Wookiee elder. Just trying to keep the village together. I think she didn't really do much instead of beyond just speaking to the batch. Jana. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I knew it was a Y, and then it ends with an A, but I wasn't sure if it was Yara or if there was something else there. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, Jana just, beyond, I think she's just sort of an extension of Gungi. She's sort of a representation of what, Wookiee life on Kashyyyk could be for Gungi if he had stayed there. Like communing with the trees, and being very in tune with nature. Yeah, I think she's a solid character. Probably I don't know if on B tier is fair. Probably about there, I think. Because, yeah, I mean, she works as a good addition to the Wookiee village. You know, she very much is, coordinating, and she's very accepting of Gungi. Despite him not being from the same tribe, it's the sentiment everywhere in the galaxy is that things have changed, and where it might have been a stricter thing before to be like, oh, you have to be with your tribe. Gungi doesn't know what his tribe is because he's a Jedi, and she's very accepting of him to try and find out what tribe he belongs to, or he can just stay with them. So yeah, that's all great stuff. Really enjoy how they interact with Jana. Benny. Benny exists. That is for sure. I think Benny is fine. Benny is more important than these characters in terms of the story. Is he more important than Cade? Yeah. Yeah, Benny just doesn't... yeah. Man. I think, like, being fair with the episode, like, yes, he contributed to the team, getting Gonki, getting the Marauder back, but, like, he didn't need to be there for any of that. The batch could have just made it in, infiltrated the base, got the Marauder, and convinced the kids to overthrow Mako, and that's it. So, Benny... Sorry, bud. Bottom of C. I'll put you there generously, even though you're voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, and I love Yuri Lowenthal. That's the only thing that's keeping you in C tier, bud. That's the only thing keeping you in C tier is that you're voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. Caleb's great. I love this expansion of his character, even though it did retcon his comic. But again, Campfire Tales, right? I can't put above Nemec probably. There. I love Caleb. I love Kanan, but just sticking with the context of the show with the character that he has, I think B is fair for him. Gives Omega some character development, yeah. No, if anything, it's more of her tech that gives her that development because that's that dialogue that he has at the end of the episode is, there are more like us out there, right? So if anything, it's really tech that just highlights that. Yeah, Caleb, I like Hunter's interaction with him. It sort of starts him on the path. So yeah, I think Caleb is a solid fit there. I'll put Dapla below Nemec, maybe, or above AZ is fine. Yeah, below Nemec. Yeah. Nemec is the wedge between these two characters. Yeah, okay, text one sentence makes the episode worth existing. Yeah, right? Like, that could have just been, like, an extension of The Crossing. But, no, that episode is more about them getting on the same page. If they retcon the first part of the comic, just retcon it all and have them pop up in season 2 or 3 and have the clones tell them about their chips in their heads. Yeah, right? Yeah, because it doesn't Kanan say that in the episode when they find Rex, Wolf, and Gregor? Where he's like, and then they tried to say that they didn't have a choice. That was the chips in their heads. So when does he find out about that? I'm not really sure when that would have happened. So, I mean, Rebels does kind of like exist in a weird vacuum. That scene anyway does, because Rex says that the all three of them removed their chips and that they have a choice. But it's like, you guys definitely did not. But again, you Campfire Tales. But yeah, no. I think Deppa's a great fit in this show. She's obviously better than most of these characters, I think, for sure. Hunter DM'd him a day. Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, hey, kid, really sorry about what happened there on Collar. But just so you know, there's these things in our heads called inhibitor chips, and they make us do things that we don't want to do. All right, the Elite Squad. I think the Elite Squad are fine. they're serviceable beginnings to what might eventually become the Death Troopers. Beyond that, they don't really have much character. They have a few moments where they question Crosshair's orders. Tech and Rex are the only ones who knew about about the chips, but I could presume that Rex would have told as many clones that he could about them. Yeah, right. Because, well, Tech, he sort of implies that, right? Because when Omega brings it up in Cut and Run, because she's like, he's probably talking about the inhibitor chips, and Hunter's like, the what? And then she's like, the inhibitor chips, and Hunter's like, Tech, I thought you said it was, whatever, and Tech's like, oh, well, how else would it have worked? So yeah. Yeah, right. If Tech would have actually like known before, if he would have had the 5s treatment, yeah, he definitely could have. She had a good fight scene with the batch. They didn't do much. So yeah, no, I think they're pretty much the bottom, or maybe I think right about here, right below Ventress, I think, because ESO1 probably has the most development out of them, because he says that, with the Republic, whatever he says, my life was worthless, or whatever he says. Now with the Empire, I get paid, I can, do whatever and live however I want. And then he's so against Crosshair being the commander, and then he tries to boycott Crosshair's orders to, or commit a mutiny against Crosshair. But then there are a few instances where, like ESO2 has some moments where she's, oh, I don't trust the commander's plan. And then she lives, and then when they're attacking the refinery, they're trying to boycott, execute civilians. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely not a bad trait to have. Even though like being anti-clone is not the best look, but like, yeah, being against executing civilians is a pretty redeemable quality for that. Yeah, when they're attacking the refinery, and then Crosshair's, stop, that's not their plan. And then 04, flamethrower one, is like, then why are they attacking it? So there's a little bit of something. But, and then at the end when 3 defies Crosshair's orders and they're about to execute the batch, but then Crosshair takes them all out. There are some moments there. I think as being the elite squad with Crosshair, I think they fit really well. So yeah, above them in B, I think. Season 3 Crosshair would be, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely would be. He'd just be like, hey, come on, guys, what are we doing here? We can't do this. It's kind of like what Rex says to Wolf in Extraction, where it's like, you're hunting a child. You don't see the problem here. All right, Fireball. Fireball, I think, has got to be right above Nemec, I feel like, right? Fireball's, he made that chili for Wrecker or something, I think. Or wait, was it him? I think it was Fireball. Had to have been. And then he was the one who, really took an explosion for the team there. And then, yeah, just a very, very competent soldier, just like all the other clones are at this point compared to the Stormtroopers. Gregor's recipe with his own spicy modifications. Yeah, that's the goat right there. But yeah, and then him, clearing out those Stormtroopers in the ship on his own with the dual-wield DC-17s, rescuing Howser. I don't know how Howser would have known Fireball, because Howser, I don't know what division he was from, but Fireball and Nemec would definitely have been 41st, unless they stole their armor. But yeah, no, Fireball's great. I think he's just a bit above Nemec, so yeah. Oh boy, do I do Dr. Hemlock right now? With all these characters left? Okay. Skill clone for real over TK. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's just a bad day at the office for them, and last day at the office. I'll do like a speed ranking of some of these characters, just for the ones that we don't really need to get too much into about. Like Teo I'll put above AZI. Tonwi did absolutely nothing and then died. She is the bottom. Let's see. Malegi. I like Malegi. I think Malegi's actually pretty cool. I probably put him above Depa, maybe. Yeah. Yep, Tommy gotta go in the S tier, right? No, yeah, no. She had such minimal screen time in Attack of the Clones and this show, and then she just dies. R.I.P. to a legend. Mako, where Benny I was pretty, generous toward giving him C tier because he's voiced by Yuri. Mako's bottom tier for sure. Who else we got here? Who else do we have here? Gobi, I like how he interacts with Hera. He's gonna go above Jana, I think. Yeah, maybe, or no. No, he's gonna go above Scalder. Yeah, because him being the one that's sort of against the Empire from the get-go, right? Like, Cham is pretty welcoming of them at first, just because he wants the fighting to be done, but then Gobi is just, no, man. They're forcing us to give up our weapons and all that. Let's see. Okay, Bail. I love Bail. In the context of the show, I can't give him too high marks. He's got to be around this area. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, she's definitely she's got some hitters there. Your concern for the specimens is unwarranted. Yeah, right? Like, yeah, it's like the base is under attack with the threat of these specimens escaping. What are you talking about? Yeah, no, I think Bail I'll put about here, above the elite squad, because he's the one that sort of pushes Chuchi to pursue going after the stuff with Kamino, talking to Senator Bertoni. Yeah, so I think Bail going in B is pretty fair. I think if this was Clone Wars, he'd be an A because of what he does in that show. But yeah. Okay. Next up, we have on the speedrun, we're going to do Krennic next. Krennic, he had one line and a little motif from Rogue One. And I'm pretty sure Ben Mendelsohn did not go into the studio to record that one line. So it was probably just a lift from Rogue One. But yeah, he was there. He was a face at the meeting, which was really cool to see. I gotta put him around Coburn levels, I feel like. I'll put him below Coburn because he doesn't actually say anything except, yes, Governor Tarkin. Because Coburn actually has something to say, right? He gives that context. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. I feel like, personally, I feel like it was just a lift. But I don't imagine why they would bring him into the studio just to do that one line, right? But maybe it was like a deleted scene or something. But yeah, he was Graham off. Yeah. But like, it's like the public perception thing, right? Because Leia calls him Governor Tarkin. So I don't know how that system works with Krennic. If he ever actually calls him by rank, I don't know. But yeah, it just feels weird to have him just do one line in the studio. And it's like, all right, thanks, bud. But I don't know. Maybe he did. They didn't need to be in the studio. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, for season 2 especially. Yeah, they were. Yeah. So yeah, it definitely could have been. It's like, I don't know how much he would have been paid for that. It's like, all right, let's just have you do one line, bud. Oh, are you sure? You guys only need one line for me? Yeah. But yeah, no, I think behind Coburn is fine because, yeah, Coburn has a lot more to say about the clones in particular, so. And then Ramadi, I will put above Krennic, but below Coburn. I appreciate Ramadi being like, oh, if the Senate learn about what we're doing, then, this is going to fall apart. And then Hemlock reassures him. Here's $50 now deploy the garrison. Are we blind? That's good. But yeah, so let's see what else. Actually, real quick, I just want to check something on the studio side of things just to make sure everything's running smoothly. I'm sure everything is. I haven't gotten that little thing from last time that said, "Oh, whatever it was. Poor bandwidth or whatever it said. Okay, yeah, looks like everything's good. Awesome. All right, back to it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, back to the speed. Okay, let's do the Zillo Beast. Best character in the show, definitely S tier. No, I think the Zillo showing up, being this like horror villain, is excellent stuff. I don't know if I can rank this as a character though, because the Zillo like is just a force of nature, you know. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I definitely wouldn't put the Zillo like down here with Taun We and Mako. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate Metamorphosis just turning the Zillo Beast into a villain, or not villain, just a horror villain basically. Yeah, his eyes, mouth, and it breathes. It counts, yeah. No, you're right. But then why isn't Ruby on this list, you know? And why isn't Muchi on this list? Yeah, that's true. We gotta count the lizards out here. We gotta count the Godzilla kaiju. Yeah, Batcher's on the list. Exactly. How do you not have all these other vital creatures in this? Come on now. Okay. Zillo Beast. Can I actually put the Zillo above these characters? I'll put the Zillo Beast above Saw Gerrera. There we go. Above Saw, below Sid, Cut, and Fee. That's fair. That's where the Zillo Beast will go. Okay. Okay, another name that I forget. I knew her name back when Rogue One was out. I can't think of her name now. What is this senator? She's there in the meeting when the Rebel Alliance is formed. I can't think of her name right now. I know that she was in, or no, was she in Revenge of the Sith? I don't know. I don't think she was. Yeah, it was a random cameo for sure. I think it's cool to sort of highlight, like, these are the senators that are for the, yeah, she was not. Okay, yeah, I kind of thought so. She's definitely not like nowhere near the Bail Organa area. I don't know, probably here above Captain Gray, because I mean Gray was just a cameo as well, so, or maybe above. No, I feel like Bib has more of a staying power than she did. I think it's cool to highlight that, like, you know, these are the senators that are for the clones getting the help that they need after the war. But yeah, and then those are the ones that are against, you know. So I think that works, but, you know. Somehow you returned. Welcome. But yeah, no, I think her, again, oh my gosh, I can't think of her name right now, but she is there. She goes there. Okay, who else do we have here? GS9, let's go ahead and rank GS9. GS9 is fine. Probably above Malegi, maybe? I'd say above Malegi. I think GS9 has really fun interactions with the squad when they're trying to infiltrate on Raxus. Especially with Echo, where he's like, how do I get the feeling you're setting us up? And she's like, it's not my programming to deceive, or whatever. So that's fun. I like those interactions that she has with the team, and I like how she's just so loyal to Avi Singh. That's all great stuff. And speaking of Avi Singh, let's rank him next. I like him quite a lot in this show. He is above Scorch. Is he above the rest of the kids? I don't think so. He's above Scorch, maybe. That could change, maybe. But yeah, no, I love how Avi Singh is just, he's a separatist senator, but we've seen in the Clone Wars how separatist senators are genuine people who actually care for their people and for the treatment of the separatist planets that have left, that have left the Republic. Dislike his character design. That's fair. Yeah. He kind of reminds me of like a Nutcracker a little bit, like the hat, especially with that color design, with that like red and gold. Yeah. No, I definitely see that. Yeah. Maybe misremembering, but they added him into Tales of the Jedi when Dooku and Mace went. Did they? Oh my gosh, I totally missed that. I need to go back and rewatch that. I do not remember that at all. That's awesome, though. I mean, it totally makes sense. But yeah, no, I really appreciate how he's just like, all he cares about are his people, right? He's very much like the opposite of Cham and Saw, where there are people who were like very much like they will get extreme to make sure that their people are well cared for, but he's the politician, right? Like he very much cares about his people, but he's not going to get to that level. That's why he's working with Senator Chuchi and the other in the clones down the line. It seems like he was ripped out of 1940 colonial India and just plopped him in there. I can see that. Yeah, it definitely has that. But like with the jacket that he's wearing with the like sash that goes over it, I could totally see that. That's fair. And with like the little eye monocle. Yeah, no, I totally see that. That's fair. But yeah, no, I love how just at the end where he's very concerned, he's like, no, but I'm leaving my people. Like, I can't just do that. And then Echo is, he's the one. Echo is the one. I know this gets into Echo's character, but he's the one to point out to the separatist senator that lived to fight another day. Jacket, the mustache, the hat, the name, skin. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So wait, I'm trying to think. Because what planet did Mina Bonteri represent? So I'm trying to think. Because I know Raxus was the capital, but because she was there with the other senators, which, I mean, I know Raxus is like the... she was Onderon. Okay, I wasn't sure. Because I vaguely remember how oh my gosh, Lux was going to take the Senate for Onderon. I couldn't remember if she actually did represent Onderon. Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I was like, okay, I know she didn't represent Raxus, because that wouldn't make sense with Sing being here, unless they had 2 senators per planet in the Separatists. But yeah, no. Yeah, I think Sing is a very solid character. I think I appreciate his what he goes through in his episode and those 2 episodes. Just enough to put him there. Okay. Bertoni, Senator of Kamino, she doesn't really do much besides just confirm Chuchi's concerns about what happened with Rampart and the funding and what happened on Kamino. She can go there. It was cool as a cameo for her to show up to sort of bridge the gap with the Kaminoan stuff, but beyond that, she didn't really do much. Kind of wish Lux would appear again. Yeah, I agree. I was kind of hoping he would have shown up in maybe Ahsoka or something like that, but I hope that there's room for him in the future. Pretty sure he's still alive. I remember reading in some novel, I think it was like the Inferno Squad novel, that he was alive. Okay, the Todo. Let's do Todo next. Todo's great. Seth Green is awesome. Todo's there. Todo's good. I like Todo. He's fun. Fun little antagonist. I'll put him above GS9. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Or maybe above them. I am not a nanny droid. Yeah. Yeah. I'll put him above Caleb. I love how he interacts with Omega on the Justifier when she's helping, quote unquote, helping him out with his booster. That stuff's really fun. Yeah, that's fun. And then in season 3, I'm not a nanny droid. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, I really hope we figure out what happens to Toto by the time of Book of Boba Fett, because he's obviously not around there. So Bane probably just got bored of repairing him and rebuilding him so many times. Okay, who's next? Orn Free Taa. I like how Orn Free Taa is in the episode that he is in. I love how he's so against Cham. That just really that's accurate to his character. They had to put aside their differences. From Suicide Bomber to Child Kidnapper. Yep, what a great character arc Toto had there. Yeah, Orn Free Taa. I appreciate how he's just so against Cham, and he's in the dark about what Rampart has planned with him. We all play our part, Senator. Yeah, I was so confused because, obviously there was that thing where, okay, he got shot in the head and now he's dead. But no, it was in the Lords of the Sith book. Orn Free Taa is there. So he's mentioned at least. So, yeah. But then they had said that he's recovering well or whatever Rampart said. Yeah, no, Orn Free Taa, I think he is, probably put him right about, below Bail, above the Elite Squad. Imperial support on the outside, yeah, right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Alright. We're whittling down our numbers here. Oh wow, all these top tier characters that we have from here on out. Okay, let's go with Sue next to round out the Lawquane family. Sue is great, as she was in well actually no, I feel like she gets more of a spotlight in this than she did in Clone Wars. It was more Cut who was the one that was doing the defending with Rex, at least to my memory. Yeah, I love how she just once again kind of hammers the same points that Cut does, where it's, children will always find their way into trouble. But it's how the parental figures get them out of it is what counts. I think I'll put Sue about there. Right above Eva, below Wilco. I think that's a fair placement. She adds on to Hunter and the rest of the squad's journey towards their family building. So, yeah, I think that's fair. Okay, next up, who will we go with next? I think we will go ahead and rank the Martez sisters next. Lawquane's all in the same tier, like a family. Exactly. We got to keep it consistent here. All of them in the B. There we go. Okay, we will do Rafa first. I think Rafa, I did not like her character in the Martez sisters arc. She's slightly better in this arc. Or not in this arc, in that episode. I like how she has a semblance of character growth where she says, believe me, we eventually all, choose sides. And then working alongside Rex is pretty cool as well, to whatever extent that they are. Trace is better than Rafa, for sure. I mean, she's still like, well, no, she's much more competent in this one episode than she was in the entire arc in the Clone Wars, so that's something. And that dialogue, is there an Echo in here? Yes, I'm Echo. That's all great stuff, but that's about it. Okay, beyond the Martez sisters. All right, here we go. Let's do the cadets. Let's go. So this is Deke, I think, right? This one's Deke. I'm pretty sure. I like Deke more than the others because of how committed he is to helping the batch find their squad mate. Where will Deke end up? I like Deke more than the Elite Squad, maybe. No, more than Shea and Jack. No, more than Toto. Yes, I like Deke more than Toto. And then who is next? Stack. I think this one's Stack. Stack I will have below Deke. And Mox I will have above Stack, because I like Mox. Obviously, Daniel Logan getting into play him is really cool. I was very surprised to learn that Daniel Logan does not play Stack and Deke. Very interesting. The actor that did play them did an incredible job of sounding just like Daniel Logan. But yeah, very solid, and I hope that they get to live happy lives on Pabu. Um, yeah. Oh, I'm outclassed by kids. Not this one though. Not the Jedi kid. Um, but uh, but yeah, okay. And speaking of Pabu, Liana, right? Yeah, Shep and Liana. Yes, Liana. Liana's fine. I don't really care much for her character beyond the one episode that is Pabu. Them hiring a new actor for Deacon Stack is why we got Lady Scorch dead. It all ties back. It all comes back to Scorch. Yeah, Liana, I'm just sort of whatever about. I'll put her above GS9. Um, yeah, I don't know. There was one line that she had. It was when Omega and her were in like the artifact room and she put text goggles in there. And she sounded like kind of greedy for some reason. I don't know if it was just the delivery or what, but she's like, "So what treasure did you bring?" It's like, hang on just 1 second. Don't ask me to fork over the treasure. So yeah, I don't know. That one line kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But beyond that, I think she's a fine character. I don't think she's all too bad. Yeah. And then Shep is the GOAT. Shep is incredible. Shep's better than most of these characters. Shep better than Wilco? For facing down CX2 like that? Yeah, he is. He's better than Wilco for doing that. He's a brave man. He could have probably taken out all those TK troopers on the top floor of the mountain of the island. Yeah, Shep's the GOAT. Great dude. Okay. Who's next? We can go with Lamasu. Let's round out the Kaminoans. I think it's all the Kaminoans I have that are here. Yeah. Okay, Lamasu. I kind of wish we knew what happened to him after he spoke with Hemlock, after he shows up and tells him about Omega. He's probably going to end up in B tier. Maybe. Or maybe C. He's kind of a one-note character, but a lot of these characters are, to be honest. So I don't know if I can accurately say that. I like to believe Prime Minister is actually released with the info he gave. Yeah, I like to think that too, but I don't know if Hemlock would actually keep his word on that. Well, he never actually gave his word. Because Lamasu is like, "I will tell you in exchange for my freedom," and then Hemlock's like, "I'm listening," and it's like he never actually said he'll grant him his freedom. So he could have just been killed off screen after, but I like to think that he's still alive. Kind of like, who was it that we were just talking about earlier, where it's like, oh, he could still be alive. Oh, like no, not Lux. It was a character from this show, I think, right? I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Cut. It was like, maybe we'll check in with Cut and see how he's doing at some point. Yeah, that's who it was. So yeah, maybe we'll check in with Lamasu at some point in the future, see how he's doing. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, Lamasu, he's just committed to making sure that Kamino and the Kaminoan stuff stays valuable to the Empire, which good for him for doing that, but there's not much beyond that. Like, I think Rampart put it best, a scientist I have use for, a politician I do not. And Lamasu literally became useless in the show after that. So, I mean, he really didn't even need to be there at all. I mean, he had to be because he's the prime minister, but, like, Nala Se could have just been running the show and nothing really would have changed. Yeah, I'll put Lamasu at the top of C. I feel like he doesn't really stand out to me like many of these other characters. I mean, he obviously stands out because he's very tall, and he's a Kaminoan, and he's the Prime Minister from Attack of the Clones and Clone Wars, but in this show, he's just kind of there. He's just desperately trying to make himself useful. Okay. We're whittling down the numbers here. Do I move on to the Durand family? I could, or maybe I could move to the Syndulla family. Maybe. I'll go ahead and do the Durand family next. Issa Durand, instant S tier now. Fairly, Issa's got to be around here, probably above AZ, or no, below it. No, below. Yeah, below Gobi. Above all these other characters, above Cade. Hang on, I might actually put. No, Scalder above Cade is fine. I'll put Issa about there. Below Cade, that's fine. I like how Roland kind of establishes early on that, like, yeah, his mother is very feared in the Syndicate scene, and we get a pretty good glimpse at that in her very brief appearance. Another sort of end of the universe I hope we get to see more of with Deveron. I think that's a pretty cool unexplored aspect of the planet, because we just see it that one time in Clone Wars when Savage goes there. Okay, Roland Durand. Oh my. Does he in S tier? Does he go at the top of S tier? That is the question. He could. But he could also go in D tier. No, he's not going in D tier. If I had to be an unbiased spectator when it comes to Roland Durand's placement, I actually no, I do appreciate how Roland is very much trying to be someone who lives up to the name that his family already establishes, right? Like, Issa is a feared, respected individual in the Syndicate scene, right? And Roland is trying to branch out and make a name for himself at the expense of everything, right? At the expense of respect, the respect for the Durand family and their relationship with the Pikes. And just like, I don't know, I guess his perception, right? Like, I imagine that he's not looked at very fondly after that. When he would get so many, the guy who brings Hondo to Rebels, yeah, right, yeah. And then him just sort of admitting to Omega, sort of showing his, showing weakness, or not showing weakness, but showing vulnerability, right? Where he explains to Omega the situation with his family, and he's very, he's kind of sorrowful about the situation. I think Roland's pretty solid character in that one episode, and then when he shows up again, sort of holding up the, or bringing it back to that episode with the horn being chopped off, bringing the pike that disgraced the family and all that. He's all tears at once. I agree. Yeah, if I could just like duplicate all the Roland pictures, I'd definitely put them everywhere. I think for kind of right around, maybe above Ventress. Above Ventress, I think. A Roland tier, yeah, we might have to make a Roland tier for sure. And it's gonna be like the top. It wouldn't be at the bottom like Commander Fox or General Krell. It'd be above S tier. Yeah, I can actually do that right now. Let's see. Add a row above. All right, there we go. Now, how do I change the name of it? Do I do it like that? Is it like this that I do it? I've never actually done this. Oh, whoops. Whoa. Durand. There we go. I think that works. That checks out. Yeah, just click. Yeah. There we go. All right, yeah. Roland Durand. There we go. That's just that's just where it is. that's just where he goes. Beautiful. This is the tier list right here. There we go. All right, so on to the next. I think we'll go ahead and do the Syndulla family next. Let's do Eleni first. I really like Eleni's character. I wish that we got more of her story, like more of what she was about in Rebels, instead of just like sort of vague references. Mayday is a legend, but Roland is Roland. Exactly, right? Yeah, he's just on another level. He's on all kinds of levels. I really like Eleni. I think Eleni's an A for me. I love how committed she is to just making sure that Hera is well looked after, well kept safe. And just she's sort of, I guess the what is it? She's the, not the angel on Cham's shoulder, but she's the one that keeps him in check. You know, like when Cham might show signs of being a little extreme when he points the blaster at Ta, she's the one to calm him down. And like Cham is, you know, very against Hera going, you know, or well, I mean, they're both against Hera doing, you know, stuff that Gobi asks of her. But Eleni is not, like, she's not very punishing about it. Cham isn't either. But yeah, she's just the nurturing side of the Syndulla family, whereas Cham is just, he's the soldier. But yeah, no, I think Eleni is spectacular in the 2 episodes that she's in. And same with Cham. I think Cham's definitely got to be up there too. Is he below or above? I think maybe right below Eleni. Just getting to see Cham, this whole episode dedicated to him, Hera, and Eleni, and their relationship with Ryloth, and how the Empire coming to Ryloth affects them, where Cham is trying to see the bright side of it, even though there is no bright side. You know, like Rampart's here, he's building the refinery, we're having to turn over all of our weapons because the war is over, and Cham he's pretty okay with this. And Gobi, on the other hand, is not. I'm actually put Gobi up a tier. I like how at odds they are. I'll put him above GS9. Actually, I'll put him above Lyanna. The war is over. Gobi has forced my daughter into trouble. I guess if my war isn't over, that's exactly where he is. Because then Rampart shows his hand, you know, where he's the one that's framing them as insurgents, and, you know, for the attempted assassination of Onfrey Ta, and all that, you know. So him being sort of forced back into the fight is it's a tragic story for Cham, because we know where it ends up. He betrays his daughter, even though he was so blinded by his rage for the Empire, much like how Saw Gerrera is. He actually was able to come back, even though that's a Rebels thing, and that doesn't really affect my ranking of him here, but it's good context to know later on for his relationship with Hera. Speaking of Hera, Hera's A tier as well. She's probably above them, I think. I love how she's introduced here. It's incredible. I love how it's her interactions with Omega and the rest of the batch that sort of gets her really started on the flying thing, right? Like, she's always had this dream, but when times are tough and when her family's in trouble, that she finally gets to do what they've not wanted her to be, you know? So yeah, it's her finally flying and being a pilot for the first time is what allows them to be free. So that's a nice little contrast with them, or a nice connection, I guess. And yeah, I hope Hera and Omega have met since the finale of the Bad Batch. I imagine they have to have. I bring it up in my timeline video for part 3 that maybe Echo or Emery were like keeping Omega in the loop, but I didn't even think about Hera, and I wish I had to bring that up, because yeah, maybe it was Hera that was talking with Omega and saying like, hey, we need pilots. I'm good, but I'm not able to hold it all together, so having someone like you would really help. So yeah, I think having Hera up here, she might I want to put her above Tarkin, because I feel like Hera goes through more of a journey than Tarkin does. Maybe above Chuchi as well. Maybe. I don't know. We'll keep her right below Chuchi for now. But above Tarkin. I think that's fair. Yeah, that's good. And then the final member of the Syndulla family that we have, Chopper. I mean, is Chopper S tier or what? He's got to be, right? At the very least, top of A. I think fairly I'll put him right below Hera, but Chopper in my heart is definitely Roland Duran tier. Definitely Roland Duran tier for Chopper for sure. Um, but yeah, great seeing Chopper and Hera together. All right, we are very much whittling it down. We're almost down to the last row here. I think next up we will go with Gungi. Oh, Esther, you commit crimes. I gotta put him in S. Bottom of S, right below Mayday. There we go. Excuse me. All right, wait, where did I just put Gungi? Okay, Gungi. Really like that Gungi lived. I don't know what happened to the rest of his class. Hopefully they survive too, but it's kind of unlikely. Gungi I put above Ornfree Ta. I put above Bail Organa. I put above Ventress. Probably above Sing. I'll probably have Gungi about there. I really like how Gungi, you know, he's just so lost at this point, and the batch helping him is such an important important stage in his life. Because I think I mentioned it in the tier ranking video, but Tribe, when they take him to Kashyyyk, I'm like, oh, of course they'll take him to Kashyyyk. He's a Wookiee. But wait a minute, no. He was taken from his family as a child. He wouldn't remember anything about Kashyyyk. So that was such like a thing that just hit me like a wave. It's like, wait a minute, Gungi doesn't know anything about Kashyyyk. I mean, he knows about it, but he doesn't know like his family or anything, which is just heartbreaking stuff. So yeah, no, and then him getting to sort of mingle with the tribe, and he speaks with the trees, just like the Lorax. He speaks to the trees, and yeah, he finds his home. He finds his home among his people, which is a very special thing for him. So yeah, I think Gungi's awesome. Yeah, right around there. I think that's pretty good. All right, we're at the final row. Okay, I will go with Fennec Shand next. Fennec is awesome. She's definitely high B, maybe bottom of A. I think maybe top of B. Top of B for Fennec Shand. Loved seeing her do what she did in the show. Love her in Bad Territory when she's, you know, talking down the batch. Actually, yeah, no, she's going up to A. Ming-Na Wen's acting for Fennec is so flawless. Yeah, I love how, like, Hunter and Wrecker, they show up at the club, and they're just like quiet. They're like doing in like Telltale games when you have the option to be silent. And it's like they're doing that. They're pressing that button. And she's like doing the Telltale response where it's like, listen, you tell me what that is and I'll name a price. And I love that interaction that they have. And just that whole episode. But yeah, and then her first episode in Cornered was awesome. I love how she interacted with Omega. And just sort of convincing her to trust her for a little bit. And then her fights against the batch, against Hunter and Wrecker, were really awesome. Fennec's awesome. She's really great. And then, yeah, in Bounty Lost, when she shows up to get Omega, has the fight with Bane. I love the interactions with her and Bane, because then that adds context. Again, not this show, but it adds context to Book of Boba when Cad Bane shows up on Tatooine. Yeah, I love all of that. She never met Crosshair, which is a shame because of their aim skills. Yeah, that would have been really cool. I would have liked to see Fennec and Crosshair either like on the same side, or she's after them for whatever reason. I feel like that would have been a really, really fun fight, a little interaction. Oh, my lights just flickered. I hope the power isn't going to go out. That would be a shame if this list went unfinished with some of our big characters. Okay. All right, I think next up we'll do Lieutenant Nolan. And Lieutenant Nolan is D tier, no. Yeah, it's just the guy that you'll love to hate. The one that's just so anti-clone. Fantastic, more clones. Problem, sir? Yes, I don't like used equipment. It's like, oh man, you are dying today. That is just Lieutenant Nolan's entire characters. You are dying today, sir. And yes, he's such a one-note character in that regard. He doesn't grow at all. But I feel like his interactions with Mayday and with Crosshair really just hammer home how awful of a person he is and how much he deserved to get shot. Yeah, I'll probably put him above Bail Organa. Yeah, I think above Bail is a fair placement for Nolan. He got what he deserved. Lieutenant. Okay. Next up. We'll do Cad Bane next. Cad Bane is A tier. And he is above Eleni for me. When he showed up in Reunion at the end, blew my mind. I was so stunned to learn that he actually had lived. That the Boba Fett the standoff wasn't canon anymore. At least we don't think, because he's got that metal plate on his head, so maybe it was canon and he just survived the shot. That's awesome. I love that Cad Bane lived, and he didn't have the most prominent role, but when he was on screen, he felt so important. Capturing Omega, fighting Fennec Shand on the decommissioned facility, and being like so in pursuit of her, and then capturing Baron, and just when Emery is asking him where he got the kid. He's like, asking questions like that gives a lot more than you think. And it's like, oh my gosh, this guy's the GOAT. Yeah, love Cad Bane in this show. So glad he got to have as much of a presence as he did, along with Toto. Yeah, I think Bane's just incredible. And I feel like it would be great. It's probably never going to happen. But if they ever do finish those arcs of the Clone Wars, and like disperse them in some capacity, I would love it if there was like a Tales of the Bounty Hunters that had that Cad Bane and Boba Fett story, just sort of modernized to where, like, yeah, they're on Tatooine, they're doing the mission, Boba has a change of heart, they have the standoff, they have the double shot where Boba gets the dent in his helmet and Bane gets the metal plate on his head. Yeah, it's all great. Great stuff. Okay, next up we'll do the good batch, or the worst batch, or the badder batch, whatever you want to call them. Oh yeah, he did. I remember watching that episode and thinking, okay, there's no way Bane's just gonna show up and die immediately. So I was pretty, like, obviously I don't want Hunter to die or get hurt, but I was very happy that he lost. Because that was such an awesome moment with the soundtrack. So good. Okay, the Good Batch. The Good Batch are awesome. I'll just call them the Good Batch the whole time. The Good Batch are really cool looking. They've got great armor. They're very durable. They can get shot so many times and live. We're not counting CX2 in the Good Batch. We counted CX2, CX1, and this guy all as one unit here. And then, yeah, the Good Batch is, are these guys. The Good Batch is what the Elite Squad should have been. Yeah, I feel like there's a reason for that, right? Because it's like even though we don't really see much of the Elite Squad actually in action, unless it was against Saw Gerrera's team, it's like the difference between the recruited body and the clones that are enhanced in some capacity, right? But yeah, no, I agree. I feel like we should have seen something more from them. But on that note, I feel like the Good Batch is probably better than the Elite Squad in this show for as brief of an appearance as they made. Because they did some damage. But yeah, I can't say that the Good Batch is better than, like, this area here. I don't think the Good Batch are better characters than Lieutenant Nolan or Ventress. Maybe even Bail Organa. I'll put the Good Batch above Bail for right now. Yeah. Because they aren't like the most well-developed characters. So, I mean, Scorch isn't a well-developed character, but they're not around this area, right? But yeah, no, I think the Good Batch going there is fair. Okay. We're down to the final, what is this, the final 10? The top 10? Are all these characters that will go in A or above? They could be. Let's start with Edmund Rampart. Rampart is amazing, and he definitely goes in A tier. I love that he was such a stereotypical Imperial officer villain throughout the vast majority of this show. And then him being responsible for so many things in the Empire at this point, right? He's responsible for Project Warmantle. He's responsible for the chain codes. I think chain codes are kind of interchangeable with the Imperial currency, so that. He's responsible for the stuff on Kamino, for that destruction. He's connected to Tantiss in some ways. He has such a vital importance to the Empire, but as you say here, great villain for sure, but kind of stupid. And he definitely is. I think what he does as a villain is very compelling stuff, because I remember at the end of season 1, I was like, okay, Rampart's whatever. But then in season 2, that really changed for me when he was having, the clones killed, the operative assassinate the clones, and he's trying so hard to keep everything together, keep the facade, keep the lie going that Kamino's destroyed in the storm. But the cracks are starting to come through when he uses his Imperial tone with Chuchi, where he's like, oh, it's a tragedy, and but we have to move on. It's like he was already sealing his own fate by doing that. And like we talked about before, he made the right call by deleting the databanks, but with such an important thing, he probably should have gone over it a second time to make sure nothing else had gone wrong. For as thorough as he wasn't thorough enough. He didn't account for the morality of clones, which is his downfall in every case, right? In every case in the show, the morality of clones is what is the problem. Is his problem, is his failings. Because he didn't expect that the Bad Batch would be so committed to rescuing the Syndulla family, that they'd be so capable, that they'd have, such a heart to rescue this family. And that's what led to the Ryloth refinery being destroyed or very damaged, and that that the Syndullas escaped. They kill him off in a bad way. That's an interesting thing. I feel like it was done pretty well. I think him getting this one note death thanks to Nala Se, because he destroyed her home, and then she blows him up. I think that's pretty poetic, but no, that's interesting. What do you think they should have done with him? I'll say what you say, but for right now, I'll just say that I thought at the end of his story in season 2, I thought that was it. I thought we were just never going to see him again, that he was going to get killed off screen or something, right? But no, him coming back, being in prison, him getting freed. I loved his interactions with the Batch. He had such good chemistry with them. Noshir Dalal, he's one of my favorite actors today, and he nailed it with the chemistry with D. Bradley Baker. They just really hit it off. They had some great moments, especially with Crosshair, but with Echo as well. That's Captain. Do your thing, sirs. No, I don't think so. Should have had a bit of a redemption after the Empire stabbing him. Yeah, probably not die to something else, but fight. Okay, yeah, no, that's totally fair. I think it's kind of a give and take situation, right? Because we don't want to have another a repeat of Agent Callus, right? Or maybe have the antithesis of Crosshair. I feel like that was something that should have been elaborated on more when him and Crosshair are talking, and he's like, you're just like me. We care for no one but ourselves. And then Crosshair's, I've changed. He's like, sure you have. That was never really followed up on. So I feel like it should have really hammered the point home that Rampart is a guy that cannot change, that fundamentally cannot change. Because there's teases here and there, right, where Hunter is like, listen, the Empire threw you under the bus and we're the ones that broke you out. Remember that before you betray us. And he's like, I'm here, aren't I? It's like there's little hints, but there was never really a moment where I felt like he was actually... I never really felt like he was going to be a good guy. But I feel like there should have been a little more to really hammer in that he's a bad guy, you know? He's, yeah, like me, I definitely didn't want a repeat of Callus. I didn't want Rampart to redeem himself in any way, especially for what he did. I don't see Rampart being a guy like Callus where he's like, oh, I was just following order. He says that as like a trying to save himself when he's getting arrested. He's like, I was just following orders. But it wasn't like Callus where it's like, it was nothing personal. I was just following orders. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if he was the one that was responsible for someone in that moment dying, like even a member of the batch, like if he was responsible for Echo dying, or Vic, like Vic dying or whoever, like that would have really hammered it in. That it's like, yeah, this guy is just a piece of filth and deserves to get blown up like he did. But I like how it was there. Like he gets all the information from Nala Se and from the data bank, and it's like, oh wow, he has this in the palm of his hand, and it's all taken away. And that's just the story of Rampart's life. He has all these things. He has all these outlets to fall back on, but it all just gets taken away. But yeah, love Rampart in the show. At first, it was whatever, Imperial officer guy, cool, whatever. But he really did a 180 towards the end there. Is just a fun James Norrington character. Okay, I will go ahead and go with Rex next. Rex is an A, and I think Rex is... so Rampart is above... Yeah, I failed to actually put Rampart where I think he goes. Sorry. Rampart is above the Emperor for me. No, not below. Above the Emperor. Even though no one is above the Emperor in terms of the Imperial hierarchy, but in my hierarchy of this character tier list for this show, I think Rampart is better. He might actually be better than Cody. I might like him more than Cody. Yeah, I like him more than Cody. Okay. Rex. I love how Rex is sort of the bridge, just like how Echo sort of takes the mantle from Rex once Echo joins him. He's like the bridge between the Regs and Clone Force 99 at first. But yeah, I think Rex is probably about here for me. If it was Clone Wars, he'd be an S tier all day of the week. But here, I think it's a fair placement for him to be about there. Actually, I'll put him below Tarkin. No. Tarkin above. Yeah, below Hera. Yeah, no. Below Chuchi. I don't know. I have such a hard time figuring out where Rex goes. Yeah. No, actually, I'm going to put Wolf above Slip as well. Okay. But yeah, no, I really like how Rex is, he's building this network of clones, and in this show that we're definitely going to get, following Rex and Echo, we're definitely going to get an answer of where things go wrong for them. But I appreciate how Rex is just trying. He's fighting so hard to get to this point, even though we don't really see him doing much. And that's sort of a flaw that sort of holds him back from other characters here for me, is that we don't really see him, right? We sort of live vicariously through Echo in this story, where we see Rex maybe a couple of times doing stuff, where he's helping the Batch get the intel off of the Venator in Truth and Consequences. He's there at the meeting on Pantora, and that's about it. Unless he's like drawn into the fight with the stuff on Teth, right? But that wasn't his choice. That wasn't his fight that he went out to do. So yeah, we don't really see Rex doing much in this show, which I think it helps that they didn't have him as much in this show. Like in Tipping Point, Rex doesn't show up one time in Tipping Point. It's just Echo and Gregor and Fireball and Nemec rescuing Howser. I think that's good, because Rex sort of just would have been a strange fit in that situation. Wish Rex did some more and fought more, but then again, he has the most content. Exactly. Yeah, so I can't really hold it against Rex in this show to not be very active when we have everything else in Clone Wars, It's great that he's in this show. It's great that, what am I trying to say? The show would probably suffer more if he wasn't in, But I think it's good that he's in the amount that he is. It's just that's why he's here, is because of how much he's in and how much he actually contributes. Because we never really know what he's doing. Like when Echo and Gregor are rescuing Howser, we don't know what Rex is doing. Or like when Rex calls Clone Force 99 and says, "Hey guys, can you rescue Gregor for me?" We don't know what he's doing. Yeah, so maybe that's something that we get in their show, which would be cool. But yeah, no, I think Rex is fairly here. I think that's a fair place to put him. Okay, here we are. Which one do I do next? Rex is probably going on mission saving clones. Yeah, no. I kind of just wish that was like relayed to us more. Like we don't really know what he's doing. Yeah, right, probably, yeah. He's like, "Hey guys, can we rent out this garage for you for just a few more weeks? We got a base going up on this one planet, so just hold out for just a little bit longer." But yeah, so yeah, no, I think Rex is fine where he is. All right, here we go. Which one do I do first? Do I do Dr. Hemlock or do I do Captain Howser? I'll do Hemlock first. And Hemlock is an S tier for me. Hemlock's an S tier, and he's the top of S tier right now. He won't be at the top of S tier by the end of this, but he's the top of S tier for me. Hemlock is incredible. I could probably just talk for like an hour about Hemlock, but I'm gonna try not to. Just, oh my gosh, Jimmy Simpson's acting is so flawless in this show as Hemlock. And he just nails every delivery. If you're looking for a nuanced, quiet, calm, evil Nazi scientist guy, Hemlock is your guy. And like, he's just everything that you hate about the Empire, or at least hate about the experimental side of the Empire, all in one person. And he does such a good job of making you hate him. He's got the black glove, which is crazy. I mean, we never really find out what that is, but it's just such like a stereotype, but he just nails it. He's got like the slick back hair. He's got the coat. He's just that guy. And yeah, just that voice is so good. I love the voice. The acting is so perfect. And I was talking about it in the episodes tier list, where he's losing it by the end of this end of the show. Where like Tantiss is falling apart, the Zillo Beast has escaped, Clone Force 99 have escaped, Omega is, he's struggling to keep Omega there. Was I the only one who thought that he had a robot hand because he wore one glove and always rubbed his hand? I thought it was a bit, and he's a bit overconfident because he thinks he can't be replaced. Yes. And his insane hair at the end was nice. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, I'll talk about the hand right after this, but the hair, I think I said it there, but it's like, I know that's just the rain. Like, the rain is like messing up his hair because it's making it like droop down, but it really gives that effect, right? That it's like he has lost it. Like, everything is fallen apart, so his nicely maintained hair that's all slicked back is now undone. And it's like that's the tell right there for Hemlock that things are really, this is his final moments. But yeah, I figured that the hand, it was either like a robot hand or it was just so super scarred up. Because maybe it's like a nerve damage type thing, maybe, where he like keeps feeling his hand to make sure that like that he still has like feeling in it. Maybe, I don't know. It really nailed the character though, because it's just every time something goes wrong, he starts feeling his hand, and that could be what it is, right? It's the one experiment that got away or something, right? Maybe it was the experiments on the planet where they found the cadets. With the slither vines, right? Maybe something happened there with one of his bio experiments that messed up his hand. And that's like the one experiment that forced him to leave that base and go to Tantiss. And so it's just a constant reminder whenever things go wrong. It's like, okay, I need to make sure things don't go wrong this time. He's just so good. And yeah, like I was saying, at the end there, when his hair is coming undone, it's him, Scorch, and Omega. They're trying to escape. They can't. So Hemlock uses her as a hostage, but he can't kill her because that's his only bargaining chip. When he's talking with Rampart in the in the cell, right? Where it's, that makes me, my knowledge, my contributions to science for the Empire makes me indispensable. And then Tantiss has fallen, the data is gone, and Hemlock has realized that data meant nothing. It was this child that was my bargaining chip, just like how Rampart tried to use the data of Project Necromancer as his bargaining chip. Hemlock's bargaining chip was always Omega, and he can't kill her, and he knows that. So yeah, so then he's like, okay, well, if I'm not getting out of this alive, then it doesn't matter, so then you won't. Yeah, I love how Jimmy Simpson, I mean, I know they were really far away, so he kind of had to raise his voice to make sure that they heard him, but it just hit the pain and the fear, I guess, in his voice, right, where he's, drop the blasters. I just love his delivery, because that's the first time you ever hear him really raise his voice for a threatened reason, right? Because there was a time when Omega had them at gunpoint at the end of season 2, where it's like, hello, Omega, we were just talking about you. But that was just him raising his voice so that Omega could hear him. But this time, it's like, no, he was in fear of what would happen if he made it out. But yeah, just every scene that he's in, he just steals every scene. The end of season 2, when he's got the goggles and he's, I didn't know clones could be so paternal. How fascinating, or whatever. It's like, oh my gosh, this guy is so evil, and he's so good for it. Yeah, I love Hemlock. Part of me wishes that he didn't die because I just want more of him, but his death was so perfect. It could not have gone better. Being turned into Swiss cheese by the 2 clones he's, hurt the most. Yeah, it's just so perfect. Perfect. But yeah, that's Dr. Hemlock, man. He is just an S tier and a half. Yeah, he really, I wonder if he was wearing a laser-proof vest or something. He took a lot there. It's like, dang, man, you weren't wearing Kataran armor like Scorch was, and you took almost as many shots. But yeah, Hemlock, just a absolute beast of a character. Maybe one day, I'm thinking about making a character biography video on some characters in this show. Kind of like how I did with Scorch, but sort of just more one video that sort of expands on their characters. And Hemlock is one that I wanted to do first. Maybe Mayday as well. But anyway, yeah. So there's Dr. Hemlock. He's S tier. He's amazing. I know that there are so many scenes that I'm forgetting to bring him up in. But yeah, just one other thing that just came into my mind is how devoted to the Emperor and to the Empire he is. And it's like that, again, with the Crosshair thing. Loyalty does not go both ways. And once again, Hemlock learns that the hard way. All right, anyway. All right, so that was Hemlock. Oh boy, who do I do next? Which of these Bad Batch members do I do next? No, I got it, right? I gotta rank him. He's in Roland Durand tier, right? That's Captain Howser, baby. Captain friggin' Howser. What is there to say about this guy, other than that he's S tier? Not only am I extremely biased towards him because his armor color is teal, which teal is my favorite color, and I know I talked about it in the video, but just some context for me. Even to this day, but back in 10 years ago or so, playing Halo Reach, I would always make my Spartan color teal primary and white secondary. I was like, and for years I'd think, oh man, it would be really cool if there was a clone trooper that was teal and white. And then come 2021, they release a 4-pack of figures for the Bad Batch, and one of them is teal and white, and he's got the pauldron, which is one of my my favorite armor details is the pauldron, and his name is Captain Ballast. I'm like, oh my gosh, the teal and white clone, this is the dude. He's already my favorite clone. I don't even need to see anything about him. And man, did he really knock it out of the park. Not only did he get a name change that I think was for the better, yeah, Howser is just the best ever. Like, oh my gosh, just his story on Ryloth, dealing with the Empire. We don't know what his backstory is. Did his inhibitor chip just not work? Did he just never work under a Jedi, so the chip would have never activated? I don't know. Maybe Cham Syndulla, him being around Cham, caused the chip not to activate, because Cham, A, isn't a Jedi, and B, is a very big free thinker when it comes to the freedom of Ryloth. I don't know what Howser's story is for why he's such a caring individual, but he is. Yeah, just how he interacts with the Syndulla family, him being very lenient on the rules when it comes to, when Hera gets caught spying on the refinery. Yeah, exactly. He cares about his fellow clones. He's very much against Crosshair because of what Crosshair did on Ryloth. Even though it was just Crosshair following orders, it still affected Howser greatly because it was his squad that died. And yeah, that speech, oh man, that speech is an all-timer. I just remember fearing for his life. It's like, no, my clone, my personal clone, he's going to die in the second episode that he's in. But thankfully, he was just arrested. And I thought, okay, if we never see him again, I'd be sad, but I'd accept it because I know he's still alive for now. And then he came back, and it was the greatest thing ever. Because when I saw that hair and those scars and Tipping Point, I was like, yes, that's my dude. He's alive. And then he becomes an integral part of Rex's clone rebellion. That's incredible. That's such cool stuff. I think it's probably because the writers just realized that Howser was such a beloved character, and rightfully so. So they're just like, all right, kind of like what we were talking about with Scorch earlier, where it's like, they realize like, oh yeah, Scorch has a lot of fans out there. Let's give him a bigger role. That's kind of like with Howser too, where it's like, okay, a lot of people love Howser. Let's give Howser a bigger role. And he survived the Bad Batch. I didn't expect him to survive the Bad Batch. I definitely thought he was going to die. But he lives. He makes it out to live and possibly die in the Clone Rebellion series. I didn't even know it was him for a second. Can't wait to see the clones go on missions. Yeah, I am so excited to see more. I imagine, like I said before, I imagine there have to be more members of Rex's network who are available, beyond just those who are on Teth. Yeah, so imagining Howser just sort of leading like a squad of troopers on some mission, that sounds awesome. And yeah, I'm really excited for that. I love his new armor design. It's a little bit different than his previous one. Obviously, he doesn't have the polisher, and he's got all the ammo pouches and stuff. But, like, the helmet's got a little different teal design going on, which I love it all. I love all of it. And yeah, him and Crosshair having that really nice moment. Excuse me. Yeah, him and Crosshair having that really nice moment there after Crosshair interacts with Omega. And then Howser's like, listen, you aren't the same guy that you were on Ryloth. I've seen how you are with the kid. And then Crosshair sort of bears his heart to Howser, and Howser, accepts that. And then Howser's the one to save Crosshair. That's amazing. That's another reason why he's my GOAT. Howser saves Crosshair. Actually, no, you know what? Howser's above Hemlock. Howser's top of S tier for right now. Yeah. I feel like they won't make a show about Omega, but do comics. That's possible. I think it's probably more than likely that they do a show. But I could definitely see comics doing like an expanded story. Maybe like what happened after the Bad Batch, maybe. Like did Omega like go on some fun little side quests while the Batch were just hanging out on Pabu, maybe? I don't know. But that could be fun. But yeah, Howser, definitely S. Another character I could just talk about forever, but he's the GOAT, so I'll just leave it at that. Okay, we have reached the Bad Batch. We have reached Clone Force 99. Almost 4 hours into this stream. Another stream I didn't expect to go as long, but I'm more than happy talking about these characters as long as it takes. Okay. Alright, we're going to start off... Who are we going to start off with? We're going to start off with Wrecker. Wrecker is who we're going to start off with. Seeing the Batch on missions would be nice. Yeah, I agree. That would be really fun. Just imagine Crosshair with a potential robot hand. Okay. Wrecker... I don't know if I'm going to get flack for this, but I think Wrecker might be top of A for me. I don't know if Wrecker is S. Wrecker is the most wholesome member of the squad. He is such a sweetheart. He is the excitement of a child, and rightfully so, because he's just so amazing. But I feel like when it comes to development on the other members of the squad, Wrecker might have had the least, but he still had quite a bit, right? Like, if this was at the end of Season 2 that I was doing this tier list, Wrecker would definitely be somewhere, like, around here in A. But in the beginning of Season 3, when Hunter is very much pushing, like, we have to do this, we have to keep going, we can't wait for backup, we have to follow these leads immediately. And then Wrecker is the one to be the level-headed member of their duo and be like, listen, man, we need to be patient here. And Wrecker being the one, the excitable one that's always ready to just jump right into the fight. He's the one to bring Hunter back down to earth. That's really cool. And yeah, just Wrecker's interactions with everybody is so amazing, especially Omega in Season 1 and in Season 3 when they reunite. That's just incredible stuff. Yeah, Wrecker's the man. Top of A, I think, for Wrecker. Definitely above Emery, above Rampart, above Cody. That's where Wrecker goes for me. Okay. Next up, I'll do Echo. Echo might be in the same boat. Echo might be above Wrecker for me. I think A for Echo. A for Echo. He might actually even be below Wrecker. No, he's above Wrecker for right now. So I very much understand the criticisms that people had of Echo in Season 1, where he was like, I didn't really feel that way when I was watching the show, but I get people thinking that Echo is pretty interchangeable with Tech, because they kind of serve the same role on the team of being the like technician, hacker, intel guy, right? But I feel like Echo's his demeanor is so different in that, and even in Season 1, like in Season 2, they really go all in on Echo being like, yeah, we need to be doing more. But Echo is very much in Season 1, the seeds are planted when the Batch are leaving Braca, and Echo's like, well, we wouldn't have to Sid anything at all if we just, went with Rex. And then Hunter's, Rex is on his own path and we're on ours. And Echo's, we're soldiers. What other path is there? So yeah, I think, Echo, the seeds were planted for him very, very early on. And then, when they go to rescue Gregor, and they're pretty much doing a repeat of when they rescued Echo from Skako Minor. And Echo's the one to remind them of that. Like, listen, guys, no backup. No, no communication with the outside. You guys did the exact same mission when you rescued me. And, I'd be there if it wasn't for you. So we have to help this clone. Echo just straight leaving in Season 2 and 3 pulled him down. Yeah, he has a lot of screen time in Clone Wars, but nowhere near Rex and is actually part of their team. Yeah, I mean, so... that was the thing where, Echo in Clone Wars, I very much understand him being a fan favorite. But in that show, he really doesn't have much, right? It's Cadets, the in canonical order, the Season 3 episode. Then there's Rookies. Then after that is, at least before the Bad Batch arc, right? Because then it was Kamino. And then we don't see him at all, we don't see him at all in Season 2. And then there are Troopers for 2 episodes, and then he goes away. So that's 5 episodes, I think? He's in 5 episodes of the whole show before Season 7. And then he's back for the later 4. So 9 episodes total in the Clone Wars, which is good for a clone. But before he was, turned into the cyborg, it wasn't really much. So this show was really just like a blessing for him, because he got so much to work with. I brought it up when I talked about the Battle Scars episode, but man, if they had a actual fives discussion in that episode, and it really changed, or not changed, but it gave Echo a lot of perspective, that would have been so much for him. I definitely feel like that was a missed opportunity for Echo. But yeah, so him yeah, being sort of the early, again, the seeds being planted of him wanting to do more. And then season 2, that's just all he wants, is just, we cannot just be doing these bogus side quests for Sid all the time anymore, man. We have to actually commit to helping the galaxy and helping the clones. I wish he talked about his old squad with the batch. Like, yeah, Fives, heavy, cut up droid bait. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember, this is kind of a sidebar, but I remember when Rex was in the bunk or whatever. He's like sitting down in the bed and he's looking at that picture, and then Cody walks in and he's like, Fives, Echo, and before that, Heavy. And I was thinking, I get it, because Heavy was a part of Domino Squad, but Rex, you only knew Heavy for like an evening. You didn't really know him. Like, he was just there, man, and then he died. I would say Hardcase. I'd probably say Hardcase's name, because you were with him a lot longer than you were Heavy. I understand connecting it back to Echo and Fives to bring up Heavy's name for writing purposes, but in terms of actual character, like, Rex, you didn't know him all that much at all. Just that he sacrificed himself. But anyway, yeah. So back to this, yeah. Echo, full in on season 2. Him leaving the squad was just heartbreaking. Shattered me to pieces. And then him being more involved with the Clone Rebellion is just incredible. I love it. Heavy is just that great. That Rex he just had to bring him up because Cody knew him. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why he said, because Cody knew him. Maybe Cody didn't really know Hardcase. But yeah, no, and then Echo, yeah, season 2, incredible stuff, him helping out Rex. Season 3, he gets even more, and he gets to be an absolute menace in the end, where he's, wearing the Stormtrooper armor and working with Emery to find Omega and the other kids. Incredible stuff all around. Echo, definitely top of A tier for me. Just wish there was more of him. And there will be, definitely, in a show that follows him and Rex in the Clone Rebellion and Howser. Okay. Next up, we're going to go with Tech. Tech. If this was season 1, he probably would have been in B tier, maybe bottom of A. After season 2, after season 3, he's a bottom of S tier. No, Chopper's a bottom of S tier. Mayday. Wait. Above, yeah. There we go. Not bottom of S tier. What the heck? Yeah, he's below Hemlock for me. Tech, man, incredible character, and the impact of his sacrifice is felt throughout all of season 3, and it propels him even more because of what that means. Like, I'm so glad it wasn't CX2. I know this is CX whatever, but where we rank him. But like, oh man, I'm so glad it wasn't him or Cody. Because, yeah, it just would have undercut everything that Tech set out to do and that he did, right? And it takes away all the emotion that the squad felt in that finale. But yeah, just his growth in season 2, that scene with Omega in the cave, his just everything that he does in season 2 especially. But season 1, he has some really awesome moments, like them rescuing Gregor was a lot of fun stuff. I wish Tech met Hemlock and had an intellectual talk. Yes, people like Rampart are just so dumb, and even Tech would be confused by someone like Thrawn. Yeah, I feel like all 3 of those characters in one room, maybe. Hemlock, Tech, and Thrawn. That would be a really cool interaction. Like, that'd be, Thrawn would definitely be like, levels above them, but like Thrawn and Tech would be pretty cool, I feel like. Just on like an intellectual level. But yeah, no, yeah, Tech just, yeah, everything he does is just amazing. And yeah, I love in season 2, yeah, when they go to the Zillo Beast ship in Metamorphosis and he's by himself, I'm like, uh-oh, Tech's been getting some screen time. Please don't die to the Zillo Beast. And then he's like, alone in the bridge and he's getting freaked out by the stuff around him. And then he sees the Zillo and is like, fascinating. I'm like, no, Tech, go away. You're going to die. But then he obviously survives that. And then, yeah, the relationship with Fee is so awesome. I wish there was more. I wish there was more with Fee, especially with her bringing up Tech post-mortem. But I'm okay with what we got. The little hints there with the brown eyes and all that stuff. Don't go running off with any pirates or smugglers while you're away. All that stuff. That's all awesome. Yeah. Tech is S. I think below Hemlock. I think Hemlock just nails everything for me a little bit more. And then, yeah, Tech I feel like just could have used a bit more in Season 1. Season 1 was the Wrecker, Omega, and Hunter season. So, naturally, Echo and Tech, and Crosshair even, are going to be pushed to the wayside in that process. So, yeah, I wish Tech got a bit more. We got some fun interactions with them, but I wish there was just a little bit more. Okay, who's next? Who is next? I'll go with Omega next. Omega's S tier. She's above Howser. As much as I hate to do it, she's above Howser. Omega's just unbelievably good. She's incredible. Like, the growth that... Yeah, 2 Crosshair episodes, and not even episodes that are... Like, in Season 1, right? He gets Replacements, which isn't a him-specific episode. There's the Batch. You get Devil's Deal, a reunion, right? Like, he shows up in quite a few times in Season 1, but it's never like a him episode. Devil's Deal is the closest thing to a him episode that we get in Season 1. And then the finale, right? Because it's them all working together. Season 2, yeah. 2 episodes, kind of 3 if you want to throw in Tipping Point, because he was sort of a vital component of that. But yeah, 2 episodes just dedicated to him. It's a bummer. But yeah, Omega. Just like Omega in Season 1, but she grew on me in Season 2, and I can confidently say she's S tier. Yeah, right? Like, Omega in the beginning, I could understand very much not liking her. It's like, oh, okay, it's another kid character that needs to learn everything, right? But I feel like Omega is done so differently that it all just makes sense, right? Like, when she steps out of the Marauder on Saluka Mine, she's like, what is this? It's such childlike wonder that is so, like, it's... We never... No, because we see Rey when she goes to Takodana for the first time. She's like, I've never seen this much green in anywhere. But Omega, just her childlike wonder of everything, she's just enjoying it, right? She's just like, she's jumping in the dirt. She's making the, like, dirt, smoke up, or not smoke, but it's like the, whatever. Yeah, so she's just doing all these things to just experience all these things for the first time. And then she learns. I love how much she learns throughout Season 1. She learns a little bit, right? Kicking up dirt. That's what it is. Yes, thank you. I was trying to figure out the words there. Omega, she learned a little bit in Season 1 when it comes to, relying on her brothers as a squad, using the communication stuff, her... how much of a valuable component of the team that she is. In Season 2, she really comes into her own. She just exudes confidence in the first episode, in the first, scene with her, right? Where when the crabs are attacking, and she, leaps off, and she bounces off of one, and immediately is up, and pulls the bow and starts shooting at him. She's just so confident in what she does. And then a lot of that is sort of stripped away by Season 3 when she's in Tantiss, where she doesn't have to start from square one. She kind of does with Crosshair, right? Because she didn't really know him all that much. But breaking through to Crosshair, breaking through to all these other members of the Batch, it's just great stuff. It's just so good. Yeah, and then by the end, just Omega is such a well-realized character by the end when Hunter has faith in her, she has faith in Crosshair. It just all worked. She can learn basically anything fast. If Jango raised, I feel like she'll be the most powerful clone one day. Yeah, right? I'm pretty sure it was just Nala Se who was pretty much just raising her the whole time. But yeah, she just picks up on things so quickly, and I feel like that's probably the thing, right? It's never really explained why Omega can shoot accurately and hit Crosshair's sniper in the first episode, right? But that's sort of her trick. That's her Bad Batch skill, is that she is a very quick learner, and she picks up on everything immediately. But yeah, it's great. Omega is S tier any day of the week. If it was Season 1, she'd probably be maybe bottom of A, maybe top of B. If it was Season 2, she'd definitely be top of A. Season 3, S tier, top of S, no doubt about it. Yeah, she is ready. Yeah, end of season 3 is just incredible. All right. Out of these two, which one do we do next? I'm going to do Hunter next. We'll save Crosshair for last. Hunter is S tier as well. Go figure. Definitely below Omega for me. Hunter's incredible. He's just amazing. At first, with the Bad Batch arc, kind of like with these other characters with Tech and Wrecker, if it was the Bad Batch arc in Clone Wars, I think all of them would be around B tier. Because they were such caricatures, and Hunter especially was sort of a big... Hunter and Wrecker were sort of the two big ones, right? Where it's, Hunter is the tracker of the group. So he looks like a tracker. He's got the Rambo look going on. Got the bandana. Got the face tattoo. So yeah. But Hunter has had such incredible growth in this show. Being such a resistant parental figure to Omega. Trying to send her away with Cut in his family with the Lawquanes. And then realizing that was a flaw on his part and trying his best to grow past that. And he does really well, where he makes promises to Omega. I promise you're never going to go back to Kamino. Obviously, he fails that promise when he gets captured. But like Omega says, you did the same for me. But oh my gosh, his growth in season 2, where Omega is starting to expand more, right? She's taking in more influences in her life, like Fee, where she's doing the legs up with the hands behind the head, and Hunter's trying to twirl the knife to get her interest again like he did before, but it's not working. So he's sort of like jealous in that regard that Omega's, looking to other people. But then like at the end of the day, like Hunter says at the end of the show, it's like we'll be there for you if you need us. And that's the very same sentiment that gets echoed throughout the entire show. Yeah. And then just when it comes to the other members of the squad, he just interacts so perfectly with them, with Wrecker especially, when they have to it's just them two. Him and Tech have really great interactions with one another. Like I brought it up before when they're falling out of space in episode 3, and it's like, getting thrown out of hyperspace. That doesn't seem good to me, Tech. He's like, oh, we still have life support. We're fine. Are you serious? I love that. Him and Echo being at odds throughout season 2, with Echo just wanting to do more is awesome. Yeah, Hunter's incredible. And then the ending, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Mando or Hunter. Yeah, Wrecker doesn't count because, yeah, better night. Yeah, okay. I think for me, it's got to be Hunter. Like, yes, yeah, Din does, like, when it comes to, he will put aside his beliefs to find Grogu. But I feel like with Hunter, he struggles a lot more because, like, when they go to the Slithervine planet, right? Like, they do not win, but he still maintains hope. But, like, with Din, it kind of just, like, he gets captured, then they know to go to the facility to get the data on where Gideon's cruiser is, and then they go get him. I love the hologram communication where he says Gideon's words back at his face. Knife. Okay, better knife. Gotcha. I thought it was like a chess analogy that you were going with there. My bad. Better knife. I will say Hunter. Definitely Hunter. The knife is just a part of him. Let's say with Din. Din just kind of pulls it out every now and again, but Hunter, that's a part of him. But yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's very no, but yeah, that's good. But yeah, no, Hunter I think is just below Omega for me. And then that brings us to our final character in this Bad Batch character tier list, and it is Crosshair, and he is, for my money, the best character in the show above Omega. His arc is incredible. Like I said before in the episodes list, I don't know if it was always the plan to make Crosshair the good guy, but if it was, then they made the right choice, because having that scar on the side of his head is that constant reminder that he tried to kill his brothers before, and that will always live with him and haunt him. And then he came back on that, and now he's helping them. Just 1 second. Okay, we're back. So Crosshair just having this total 180 on his character after going through what he did with Cody even though it was the Cody stuff that did it, not what Cody experienced, like seeing the Empire for its cruelty. Crosshair doesn't see that because he's pretty blind to it at this point. But it's Cody's words that strike with him, and then, his fragility is starting to show, and then it's Mayday who just completely shatters his perception of the Empire and causes him to go back on it. It's incredible stuff. That's why The Outpost and Solitary Clone are two of my favorite episodes in the show. They just do everything right when it comes to Crosshair and showing his experiences and how his perceptions change. He was kind of one note in season 1 when it came to being a villain. He was just the antithesis of the batch. He knows how they operate, so he knows how to counter them. But the ending of season 1 was very good when he had revealed that the chip had been removed and all that. And then season 3 was just the Crosshair and Echo season, mostly. Echo got his flowers in that season by the end, but Crosshair especially. Crosshair's bonding with Omega, bonding with Batcher, reconnecting with the squad, reconnecting with Hunter especially. Yeah, it's just incredible. It's the best. And another reason why The Return is one of my favorites. When he steps out of the shadows into the sunlight with his old armor on, with his triumphant version of his theme playing, that's the best. That's the GOAT right there. Yeah, Crosshair is just, yeah. And then, yeah, by the end, like, with the tremors, right? I don't even know how I just forgot to mention the tremors of Season 3. That problem that's been plaguing him since the beginning of Season 3. It's whatever he's going through in Tantiss with the re-education, his ability to resist it, it's affecting him physically, kind of mentally, but I know AZ said it's not a physical thing, but it's a mental thing, which it is, but it's like a physical thing that's actually affecting Crosshair's ability to aim right. And then by the end of the series, it's that hand being cut off is the cure, right? It's you wouldn't expect it. You would have maybe thought that Crosshair would have been able to overcome that on his own, but no, it was his opposite. It's CX2 that's the one to cut off that disease in him in the first place. But yeah, no, it's just incredible. And then yeah, making that shot, right? The shot on the bridge. He's fearful. He's not sure if he's gonna make it. He might shoot Omega, but Hunter, like I said before in the other stream, Hunter using a calming voice, he calms Crosshair's mind. She knows what to do, Crosshair. Wait for her, then take the shot. And then Omega nods to Crosshair. Crosshair nods to her. They trust each other. They're such a well-oiled machine, but this is where it counts. And he made the shot that counts after he failed back in after Omega was taken on Pabu. Yeah, he had to cut the evil from him. Exactly. It was his opposite. It was his evil twin that had to be the one to purify him in a way. But yeah, and then yeah, then they all get to live happily ever after on Pabu, which I was so happy by, because I hate in redemption stories in Star Wars, especially when the characters just die, like Ben Solo especially. I hated that he died. I mean, Vader, it just made sense, but Ben Solo and whoever else there is, I can't think right now. But yeah, no, I'm glad Crosshair got to live. Very, very glad by that. And then he gets to live with the other members of his squad that are still alive. So, and Batcher. Do you think he would have missed and hit Omega if his hand wasn't cut off? I think, depending on what Omega would have done, right? Because if she still stabbed Hemlock, I think Crosshair might have just missed entirely. Like, I don't think he would have hit them at all. Like, he might have just shot, like when he was shooting at AZ with the fruit. Like, he might have just missed entirely. And then Hemlock would have just, like, dove off. I don't even know what happens in that situation. Does Hemlock just dive off the railing? I have no idea what happens there. So good thing that Crosshair did make it. But yeah, if he didn't have his hand cut off, I have no clue. No clue. Yeah, I don't think he would have actually hit Omega because the distance is pretty significant between them at that point. Hemlock wasn't, like, holding her at gunpoint by then if she stabbed him. But yeah, no, that's a really great question. I'm not really sure. But yeah, Crosshair S tier. Crosshair is top of the line for me. I can't believe Captain Howser is 4th in S tier, but I guess that's just how it goes. Yeah, no. Let's see about finalizing this. Roland Durand and Roland Durand here because of course he has to be. Crosshair, Omega, Hunter, Howser, Hemlock. Whoa. Hunter, Howser, Hemlock. Wow. Tech, Batcher, Mayday, and Chopper in S tier. I think that just sounds right. That just sounds right to me. And then all these characters in A tier I think works. I think having these two at the way top along with Emery at the top of A tier just works out. B tier is sort of an interesting mix to where you have the most people. But I'm sure there might be a few that I could swap around at some point, like maybe Toto's better than these kids. I don't know. I'll just leave him right there. But like Depa Balaba, like she's a great character, but in this show, in the context of this show, she's just kind of there. Yeah, Lamasu being top of C I think works. Benny being bottom of C, that's just me being generous. 1 and 2, still don't know what their names are. They're just hanging out. And then Mako at the bottom. That just works, I think. Yeah, again, if this was in the context of like Clone Wars, like Coburn would be up in like C, and like Krennic, context of Rogue One would be at like A. But yeah, no, I think that these guys are pretty fine where they are. Yeah, I think it's a nice tier. Let's see. There we go. We know Roland Durand's up there, but there's our final listing. There are a few characters missing, some Imperial officers, a couple of clone troopers, a couple of individual people, like they clumped together, all of the operatives. CX1 isn't there, or CX2, so we kind of had to make do with that. Yeah, there are a few missing people, but for what we do have, I think we have the vast majority of important characters in the show, which is cool. And yeah, there we go. That is our list. And Roland Durand up there. That is our list. Yeah, I feel pretty good about this. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, I don't know if there's anyone that I unfairly judged here. I did my best to keep it within the context of just the show. Some things kind of bled over just a little bit. But yeah, like Ventress being here in like the middle of B, I'm just not really sure about. Like, she was the one that started this whole thing off, and her being there I think is kind of fair. Maybe Nolan's better than her. I don't know. I'll keep Nolan where he is. But yeah, there we go. That is the Bad Batch tier list for all characters. I'm not sure what other tier lists there are for the Bad Batch, so this might be my last one for now. If they have like a soundtrack one or like a something else, maybe I might do that in the future. I probably might not have a stream next week, but we'll see. I'll obviously post it in the community tab if that changes. But yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you for those of you that are hanging out in chat. It's always a blast talking to you guys. It's always a blast just talking about this show. This is my favorite, one of my favorite things ever to talk about. So getting to talk about it ad nauseum with people is a really cool experience. So you listen to the soundtrack again? Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I listen to it a lot as it is, a few tracks in particular, but I'll just listen to it all in my own free time. Actually, I made a playlist that I have private. I might make it public, but I have a playlist where I put all the Bad Batch soundtrack in order. It's not like done by volumes. It's every track. I think it's all 230 tracks all in one. So yeah, I might make that public so people could listen to it in order. That might be cool. But yeah, no, this is a blast. I love having this stuff. I'll probably do stuff with like Clone Wars and Rebels. I'll do like that stuff for those characters too. Might be even longer than this probably. But yeah, it is a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of tracks, a lot of really good ones. And I'm sure that's not even all of them. There's like unreleased tracks, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, so I might be back next week doing Clone Wars stuff or Rebel stuff or one of the live action shows. Maybe that could be a thing that happens. So we'll just have to see. But yeah, once again, thank you guys so much. Again, those of you who are hanging out in chat, stopping by, thank you so much. Those of you who watched the VOD in post, or if you were in here and then you had to take off and then you're watching this in the repeat, thank you so much for checking this out. Yeah, all right, I think that's gonna do it for me. I'm Man, I need water. I need to just remember to start drinking more water during these streams because I've gone 4.5 hours without drinking any water. Golly, I'm crazy. All right. Yeah, thank you guys so much. And yeah, keep an eye on the community tab for when I do the next stream. So, all right. Thank you so much, guys. Take care. Stay awesome. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.